Hytale has just released in early access. It is not currently on Steam. The developers didn't want the early access side of things to bring down the Steam reviews, which is an interesting take and all that stuff. It does make sense and all that stuff. It depends on how advanced you get with the machines and item to make what new ores you can be mined. Well, I think what I'm talking about, JD, for mining mogul, is having the space constraint will limit what you can do just in general. Because again, the factory must grow, but if you're in a confined box, the factory can grow a little. Like I said, that's I think gonna be the thing that's gonna be the differentiator there. Not that it's a bad thing, just like that I feel like it is going to limit how much replayability and scale the game has. Which is again fine. There are absolutely something to say about a game where you can hop in and have a really good time, the game's done, and you move on. Those have a lot of value to me as well. But with that said, with Hytale, this isn't a game I particularly paid attention to historically very much. It has been something that's been in the work for a while. My understanding was there was a Minecraft server called, I think it was Hypixel, that did a bunch of modding things and all that, and eventually broke off to make their own game, Hytale. That's my understanding of it. It is a game that I have absolutely not paid attention to at all, that literally I kind of only kind of saw what it was in like the last week. I think people mentioned it a couple weeks ago that it was coming up, but I really didn't have context to what it was, so I was just like, eh. Never really got to see what it was about or anything like that. And then I was even hesitant to try it out because, again, the devs were like, we're not putting it on Steam right now because we don't want the early access versions to get us negative reviews, and hurt us in the long term. Which is really not doing a great job of convincing you to buy their game when you're like, hey man, we don't want everyone to badly review our game, which means we're expecting bad reviews of our game. Also, please buy our game. It's really a weird messaging thing. I can respect it that getting negative reviews early can really kill a game. Like, you only get one chance to make a first impression. So it's definitely something there. Let's see. Hytale was bought by Riot in like 2022 and eventually scrapped it, and it got back. They've been back in the pre-roll Riot build. Yeah. No, I had heard there was a whole thing that the people developing Hytale got really far, got bought by Riot, the IP, and then ultimately just dumped the IP. And then, the people who originally had been working on it bought the IP back. I wonder if they're worried if they'll be too compared to Minecraft with a few other similar style games. That didn't seem to be the concern they were pushing. The concern was more that like it doesn't have enough content and is buggy. But from what I saw from other people playing it, that did not seem to be the case. The bugginess. I can't speak for the depth of content, but the bugginess did not seem to be the case. In what I did see, I didn't see anyone run into any bugs, big or small. Not saying they're not there, but I didn't see any issues. Because yeah, there's a dime a dozen Minecraft clones or whatever, but like ultimately you're going to have to release on what you're going to be released on. You're going to get reviews, get your reviews. I feel like by having it on a separate website, it means more people are already kind of seeing what it is and then making the decision to play it. Means you're likely to be kind of effectively screening people who just go, oh, there's a game, click buy. Oh wait, I didn't like it. I feel like it'll help with that, but we'll see. I'm curious how that'll pan out. It does, and for the record, they are going to be bringing it to Steam. They just want it to be farther along. So not on Steam. That was the big point at the beginning. As you can see, this is very Minecraft-esque. It does have its roots in its concept from Minecraft, but is obviously going for, like, while it is still voxel, you can still see the vaguely blockiness of the world. They do have a little bit higher detail, so not quite Vintage Story higher detail, but also not Minecraft low detail. So first thing I'm going to do is pop in here, see if we have any accessibility settings to be celebrated and all that stuff, because we do like to recognize that people are considerate about accessibility. Nothing obvious on the video settings. We have multi-language support, so that's good. You could just turn on and off stuff. I could argue that some of these are accessibility stuff, like the damage numbers and all that. I could see where that could bother people. The field of view is an accessibility thing. Bad field of view can cause people motion sickness. Relative camera, that's probably smooth cam. So that would be a motion sickness thing. So it's good that we have a setting to turn that off. They have an arachnophobia mode. So if you don't like spiders, you can make those go away. You could change your field of view, which again, that's the whole thing. Head bob can cause motion sickness. Camera shake can cause motion sickness. So it's good that we have all those options to turn them off. So pretty good accessibility from what we're seeing and all that stuff. Because I've seen some games that the head bob is like this. They're like, oh my god, please. I did notice that under the controls, I didn't have to configure anything. It recognizes I'm using Dvorak, and then push. You can toggle or hold. So lots of accessibility stuff there. So that's all really good stuff. So we're gonna go ahead and make a new world. So I'm gonna go on stream. So right now in the early access, there is an adventure mode that they're going to add later that I guess is going to have more story and everything to it. Oh, I should get rid of my music that's playing in the background here so that we have just the game music. Because I've actually heard the game music's supposed to be really good. So you got the different modes. You got creative. You got exploration. So this is like your survival mode in something like Minecraft, and then this is your creative. And this will be kind of its own thing. Now, I did notice there's really not much settings going on right now. That this is literally all we have for our world. I assume they're going to add a ton later. So there's apparently durability we have, that if we die, durability goes down. If we die, we drop some of our stuff. This needs to be better described, the day-night cycle. Because I'm assuming here that this means the days and nights go twice as fast, and that goes half as fast. But it could be the ratio between. So it would be nice that they maybe change the label on this. Like, the rest of it can be fine, but maybe change the labeling on this to be a little bit clearer about what it's actually doing. I'm guessing it's just a multiplier of how fast time goes. But it could mean a couple things. Not a big deal. So this one mentions that we're going to explore an echo of Orbis, build, craft, survive, and find a way to restore what was lost. And we do not have any mods. There is a PvP mode. There is fall damage as an option. So like I said, not really a whole lot there. Just, are you going to do PvP, fall damage, I'm guessing time speed, and what the penalty is for death. Which is fine. Alright. I have heard from this that one of the main differentiators between this and Minecraft is that the combat in this game is actually, like, really, really smooth compared to Minecraft. That Minecraft's combat, it's one of those things I usually will mention to people that's like, there are games that have things they do well and poorly, and I would argue Minecraft's combat is pretty it's fine, it's serviceable. First gate, Echo. The movement is very different. Yeah, it seems like there's a little bit of acceleration. Well, that's interesting. When I walk backwards, it's trying to use the command. Yeah, the movement feels very different. Okay. Yeah, no, combat in Minecraft, like I said, it's okay. We have apparently found the drifting plains. All right. So we can break things without that. I'm assuming that's copper. Minecraft was billed as a survival horror game when it came out. That's surprising. Yeah, so this does do the thing with Minecraft where I can break blocks and get the blocks regardless of tools. We're not going to go and smack all this right now. I'm curious how big a vein of copper is. Alright, so it's only a couple of blocks. So comparable to Minecraft. Alright, what button is this trying to use? So we have back is O. And it keeps being like, you don't have permission to do this. Switch game mode. Get this out of here. Save. Okay. Alright. So the world gen is not surprising. Like it's in line with what you'd expect. A little brighter, more vibrant. Okay, so I'm learning that the copper is not that rare. Okay, so let's not just go punch a bunch of rocks. We got boars down there. I got a little froggo down there. It's interesting how it survived from transformed to surviving the night with zombies, and exploding monsters to a children's game. Yeah, well, like I said, it ended up becoming like, you know, quote unquote internet Legos. We got mushy mush. So I'm seeing a life bar, and I'm seeing an energy bar. I'm not seeing, you know, a hunger bar, I think. We cool? We good? Right now, I'm just wandering around looking to see if there's an area. Yeah, and I'm assuming it's if you were playing in creative, you could switch back and forth. I have no idea if these have any use, by the way. But, you know, they're present. And they're not bolted down. Okay. So we've got a ladder. You definitely don't look friendly. Your stuff is my stuff now. Ow. Okay. So simple enough. Trying to fight a thing that looks like an orc. A thing that... Oh, calm down. A thing that looks like an orc that's got an axe with a daisy. Not the winning strategy. Where do I want to live? That's always the first and hardest question of these games. Is just being like, okay, where do I want to set up home? Alright, well there's some weird world gen. Yep, that's sure. Why is everything getting grayer over here? Okay, that gave me plant fiber, whatever that is. Okay, that's clearly mud. It's making me move slower and making squelchy noises when I try and jump. It's just kind of getting a look at some of the different stuff we have. Yeah, the water physics... So, to be clear, the water physics is pretty much the exact same as Minecraft. You've got water source blocks, and they dump water out, and that's just what they do. So there's no like, remathing and all that stuff. Am I covering something in the corner? Just the buttons for tab and map. There's no, like, health bar or anything like that down there. Got what looks like a burned out house over there. Oh. Okay, like, I was expecting to sink. You just kind of plunk down in there. Okay. Okay, we got some food and all that. Yeah, it looks like you can also, like, really climb, too. Like, if you notice, I've been able to jump and, like, pull myself up more. Alright, we got a rope going over there. So we got some interesting world generation, like, stuff. Yeah, no, and that's the same thing. Like, even when you look at Vintage Story, it has basically the same water mechanics. You seem ominous. Okay. I understand that doesn't exist yet. Alright. There's our first example of not yet implemented. I do appreciate that they have, like, the facade for the temple, and they're like, by the way, this isn't actually here yet. Okay, that's kind of cool. Alright, so we actually have an axe. And a battle axe. We'll craft our own stuff versus taking what was made. I thought I had just jumped to my death. Okay, so it's point camera down, then down. It's always tricky, because some games it'll be whatever your move back button is down, or they'll have like a dedicated like swim up, swim down button. It's whatever the swim down button is. Eat food? Oh yeah, I should probably do that. So let's go ahead and we'll eat the apple. Alright, so left click will abuse animals with the apple. Hey Jackalope, eat the apple! Have the apple! I'm just feeding it. Don't worry about it. We are just feeding it the apple. We are just feeding it the apple. It's not a fan of apples, apparently. I was rude to the bunnies. I was feeding it. It was just bad at eating it, that's all. I presented it with the apple, and it got mildly to severely concussed. I hadn't gone in with the expectation of doing that. I was just amused at the fact that, like, left click with the apple is apparently slap something with the apple. There's a lot of different block types here that I'm really curious about. Okay. This is kind of cool. Oh, hey. Could you stop speaking in tongues? Oh, okay. Alright, so I'm learning that maybe I should have more than literally nothing before fighting that. Okay. So, I did a cool, like, jump attack. That's neat. Yeah, at first I was like, okay, it'll be just... Those sheep are adorable. I will certainly end up killing them. It's fine. You friendly? It's like, looks like a bantha. Yeah, I saw what this... Okay, so this is a new area. Oh, we haven't looked at the map yet. So I'm assuming this is all procedurally generated. Like that it won't be the same each time. The heck was that sound? I don't see anything shooting at me. I don't think you're gonna be nice to me, are you? Nope. Okay, so their pathing is pretty bad. Alright, maybe we should, like, get where we're actually going to be building, and start making some kind of home so I can get, like, some type of armor and that kind of stuff. Was that a walking through thorns? Maybe. Yeah, no, I did see that with Drongo, is like, when enemies go on the water, they just sink to the bottom and they just kind of stare up at you, being like, well, this is it. Ooh. I like the autumn-looking area over here. Oh, yeah, definitely poisonous. Bad spider. Vintage Story ground textures that spoiled you? Oh yeah, no, like, Vintage Story is a gorgeous game. Is it bad that I instinctively see, like, this and I'm like, oh, nope, it's porous, it's gotta be low fertility soil. It's like, wait, this is not that game. A blood cap mushroom. So the question is, do I want to set up down here by the river, or up on that plateau? I think let's set up down here around the river bend. Just ignore the people looming out there in the distance threatening to kill me. It's just the HOA. Alright, so, craft it. Okay, I didn't mean to actually do that, but alright. I've apparently accidentally crafted a cooking bench. Okay, so we click on the stuff here. So instead of having like the grid like a lot of the other games, we just get the materials, and if we can craft it, it shows up there. That's actually good to know. I think that's not a bad system. And with the campfire, Azure log sounds impressive. It'd be nice to know... Let's try that now. Okay. We'll worry about that later. Alright, so... I'm going to need to... start figuring some stuff out. It's fine. So, is it a game where I could cut down the bottom of the tree, and the tree comes down with it? Yes. Yes. Who the f are you? Just mind my own business. Doing a little aggressive deforestation. How deep do you go? How? You... What? This is not how trees work. Oh, I didn't think that through, did I? Oh! Wait, what? I just, like, straight up just climb walls? Oh, no. It's just really generous in how high I can climb. Okay. That's still very cool. Alright, so we made a bunch of maple logs. So let's see here. To make a workbench, I need stone. Any stone. You look like you're made out of stone. So we're just going to work on all this. And I'm curious about these azure logs. I think those are probably not going to be a very common one. It's kind of a slightly glowy blue log that I found in a in the temple over there. So I'm assuming it's a rare wood. Flowers are great for mining. Well, yeah, I need the stone for making a workbench. So my assumption is, until I have a workbench, I can't craft other things. Alright, so that'll be our front area. For right now, we will go ahead and put you here. Okay, so with that, I can make a crude short bow. I'm gonna make that right now, because why wouldn't I? So let's see here. So you can make a crude sword, crude daggers, signature energy. I'm guessing that's our special moves. So you require rubble. You require stone, stone, stone. We can make a wooden chest for the time being, I guess. For right now, let's put the azure wood away. I'm going to have to do a bunch of things with this. Right, so I guess the next thing is we can make a bed out of a light hide. Oh, okay, there's multiple tabs here. Alright, I see now. So I'm able to make stuff here. It was just under its own separate menu. Alright, and then we have our stuff for making a furnace and all that. Alright. So let's be smart about this. Do I need that? Yeah, so with pocket crafting, I'm limited to just this. So I need rubble. And rubble is a separate material than stone. Alright, so we can make our pickaxe. Oh, the character's well done? Yeah, no, I like it. They didn't have, like, the beret kind of thing for, like, the avatar or whatever. So I went as close as I could. But I like that they gave us the ability to give him a gray scarf and an orange shirt and all that kind of stuff. I'm also curious, if I remove the ground underneath, will they leave it floating, or will they make it sink? I do see the gravel breaks up into its loose materials. Okay, floating blocks work. And this should give us our stone. I didn't figure there would be, yeah, it looks like you, yeah, no, it's vaguely to be in that area. It's one of those things that, like, the channel avatar is not meant to be me. It's a character I played in GTRP way back. But, you know, I use that just because the channel was made with the considerations of, like, GTRP, that kind of thing. Like, not, like, I never intended on streaming as, like, an actual thing. It was just what was going on. Alright, so with that, we've got ourselves a bunch of stuff here. We could make a crude hammer used to alter the appearance of structural building blocks. That's interesting. If I don't have a tool, I'm going to make it. Where did you appear, hammer? I crafted you, but where did you go? I did actually craft you, right? Yeah, the hammer. I don't see the hammer. It didn't, like, go into the box or something, right? No. I must have canceled out of it or something. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so I got a bunch of this. So the rest of this looks like I'm going to need ingots and all that, so we won't worry about that. So the next thing we're going to need to make is the furnace. We also have the builder's workbench and a furniture workbench. So we can drop you in there. Make some copper ingots. And while that's going on, we can make a builder's workbench. Okay, and I dropped the azurite wood there. Alright, and so you... I could turn fiber into rope. Actually, wait a second, let's look at that again. Turn fiber into rope, straight or diagonal. I could turn cobblestone into a whole bunch of different stuff there. Like brick and all that, that's pretty cool. Wood, I could turn into a bunch of different furniture and all that, that's pretty cool. Able to get some of that. We can make a chef stove and the furniture bench. So for right now, I'm just gonna make all the things we can make. Because usually in these games, you're better served just getting your crafting set up as early as you can. So the furniture stuff, we can make different style boxes. We can make a bunch of different style beds and all that. Lanterns, candles, all sorts of nonsense. Different woods. I heard rustling nearby. Different wood walls. Random decorations. Festive stuff. We can go over here. And we can upgrade our tools. Let's get our blacksmith and our chef's station. Okay, so with this, we can make mushroom skewers, fruit skewers, meat skewers, or vegetable skewers. So if you wanted anything that wasn't on a stick, that's too bad. Everything will be skewer. There we can make... Alright, so we've got copper, iron, thorium, cobalt, adamantium, and mithril. And they do have, like, what seems like common, uncommon, rare, and I'm going to call it epic. You also have maces, battle axes, daggers, and bows. We do have a repair kit. Alright, so the next thing we should probably do is start getting ourselves like some type of enclosed space. I'm going to make the really crap bed to begin with. We're definitely going to make this nicer. So the builder stuff, so I can turn that into different styles of block. I thought I saw someone looking at you. Definitely in the distance we have that. So I could make myself have stone walls. Okay. What happens if I grab that azurite wood? Interesting. So the azurite logs I cannot use there. Wait, what? Really? Little tiny rat's gonna do that? Okay. Hytale Rual is a cutie. Yeah, so we definitely need to enclose our space to make it livable. One thing we're gonna want. So we have the crude torch. I believe there was... Yeah, it's interesting that the azurite logs I can't use. I have to figure out what that's for. Right, so we've got all that. We've got all the stuff we can make here right now. So I need more plant fiber to unlock more stuff. We can make a hay target. We can make wooden spike traps. That's kind of interesting. So we can actually make defenses. The furnace apparently can burn the logs and all that to make more copper. I won't worry about that right now. Alright, so I'm leaning towards maybe the wood stuff. I did like over here we had the more fancy walls. So it'd do like red clay, so it'd be we'd need clay, smooth, and hardwood to make the fancier walls. And then the clay we need just straight up clay and then petals. Which brings up the curiosity of, it seems like you'll take the flowers and use that for dyes. With that knowledge in mind, we'll go ahead and chuck the flowers. Essence of life. Alright. We'll chuck all the flowers in there to clear up some inventory. Oh, we did get a lettuce bag. Oh. Okay, you didn't have to die, but I mean, you chose to. Alright, so we definitely need to get some light going on. What was the thing I needed the cloth for? Yeah, I've already got those. We got the wooden chest. Okay, we can deal with that all later. Okay, so at least that way we got some light around us. Oh, I used up all my sticks, so I can't make whatever on a stick. Okay, so it looks like what we're going to want to do is start getting some walls happening. I'm seeing all sorts of ominous glowing things in the distance with eyeballs, just, you know, being a little bit creepy, little deeply concerning. Alright. So I just got to decide what I'm making my walls out of. That's where we're at. So I can go over here, and we can make redwood planks, ornate, and all that. So this one just looks like straight up plank wall. This one's kind of got like almost, not quite a Celtic overlapping pattern to it. Let's see, I'd recommend trying each weapon to see maybe people enjoy different ones. Yeah, no, we'll definitely want to do that. And this one's got like a bottom trim and then almost like a striped pattern on it. So there's those. Otherwise, we got fences and doors, wardrobes, chairs, shelves, sign. So we could definitely do that. So there's that set there is one option. The other option is to grab the cobblestone, which I am noticing the cobblestone doesn't mention the stone type, so I'm assuming it's just generic. So we can do regular old brick. We can kind of do... It's not quite like a Greek design where you have like the flat and then you've got like the spirals on the bottom. This one's just kind of weird. It's got like diamonds in the middle of it. I mean, I guess you could put like along the top of something. Just a smooth wall, cobblestone stuff, regular old roof. You can do walls. Before I commit to that, what... Night is dark, yo. I kind of want to go over here real fast. And just see if I grab some of this wall over here. Because it's a much brighter material. Let's see if that makes any kind of difference. So it's chalk. Let's grab like a good couple blocks of it. I want to do a little bit of experimentation on what my options are to build with. And if I find something I like... Ow. I love my underwater torch. I was curious if it was going to be like Vintage Story where your torch gets put out. I consider there isn't a function to light the torch. Okay. So if I go over to this stuff with the chalk... The chalk is not an option to take to the builder's bench. Okay, so chalk is not going to do me any good right now. Alright. Someone causing trouble around here? Someone need to die? Alright. Let's see, that's chalk. Is that just a red mushroom over there? Like, over there are enemies. I think it's just the mushroom that's glowing over here. Essence of the Void. Okay. Let's turn it off, not pick it up. Okay. I did see that there's other mushrooms there, but it's too dark for me to make much out past that. So we did get Essence of the Void. Can I make my home out of Void, please? I just want to make my home out of Void. It is unclear whether creatures of the Void produce this essence, or if its presence is required to sustain their existence. What can be said is for certain that two of these are inextricably bound. So the question now is, I do see I've got lettuce seeds. Alright, so it looks like I will have to, like, prep the soil in some manner or another. I can't just use them. I figured as much, but I didn't see a hoe as a tool option yet, so... Alright. I'm looking forward to being able to see again. And I instinctively want to be able to put the torch in my other hand. So I can see more. Alright. You definitely should not eat a red cap mushroom. Or glowing mushrooms, for that matter. A brown common mushroom. Oh, wait, that's... Alright, so... Okay. Can't do anything with that. It said consumable. Ah, so we can apparently process those at a tanning rack. Raw meat. Oh, neat. So, cooking our food gives us charcoal as well. Alright. It is possible to carry in your offhand? Gotcha, I'll have to look at the keys for that. Alright, let's see what the keys are. Crouch. We can slide. Okay. Primary, interact, rotate, block. Show utility slot selector, drop item, dismount. Pick block, switch game mode, don't care. There's a lot of stuff here. Alright. Let's just check to see if it's the equipment slot thing. It is an equipment slot thing. Okay, there you go. It is an equipment slot thing. Forgotten Temple, learn more. Toggle pocket crafting. Ah, some things are two-handed versus one-handed. I see. So the big battle axe is two-handed, so I'd have to do that. Part of me wants to leave a bunch of the glowy mushrooms in the distance because they kind of look good. What are you? Oh. Hang on, I can't see. I'm running back to light. Oh, come on. Oh, I'm poisoned. I see. Yep. Okay, I'll better. Where is the spider? Okay. You'd make a 2 high stone, then wood. Can you use the glowy shrooms as a torch? That would be interesting. No, so it looks like I got the options here. And it's not on the list. I could see something like you have, like, the, dimmer one. Man, nighttime... Oh, wow. Okay, so you got a pretty cool skybox. More than I'd expect out of a voxel game. Alright, so we can get a mushroom. Or veggie. You need to duct tape glowy shrooms on the battle axe. Then it causes, like, poison damage. Okay, apparently these don't only give fiber, they can also give me sticks. I hope a lot of this does grow back over time and not destroying the local ecosystem, you know, forever. Because that's one of the things you run into with a lot of these games, is you'll be making your base and you kind of slowly make the entire area really boring around it. if stuff doesn't grow back. So, like, on servers, you'll usually have, like, this is where people live. By the way, you're not allowed to clear here. You gotta walk out into the distance. You know, do that. It'll have, like, a teleport or whatever, so that the whole area doesn't look like garbage. Alright, so with that, we can make some mushrooms. Well, we've got food. I think the real concern here is that it's using every single kind of mushroom, and it definitely feels like I probably shouldn't be eating the, you know, red-capped, white-spotted mushrooms that in real life are 100% poisonous. There we go. Yes, we got wood. No, it's like, very, very genuinely, I would rather the mushrooms, like, have a utility purpose. Like, we could poison our weapons or something. Alright, so this is more chalk, right? Marble cobble. Well, looks like we might be doing our home out of marble. Living in the woods is gonna be as bougie as we can get. My only regret is trying to be bougie. We're using white marble and not green or red marble, because obviously we need the rarest of marbles. Imported from cities away. It's rare though, so we're just gonna use it on the front of the facade of a building. Fancy cookie noises. So grab a stack of this. This way, every day we can come home and it's been raining outside, we could slip and, you know, like, break our hip or something. King roll demand's only the best. Exactly. You're not sure you'd want your fancy cookie making noises? Counter argument, it's just that fancy. It's not just a cookie, it's an experience. Yo, okay, well I didn't see what that was, but it's a wolf maybe? I'm not sure, are you a wolf or are you a bear? No, you're probably a bear. Hey, get your butt back here. Don't start a fight. It didn't realize it was dead there for a minute. I expected that bear to be way worse than it was. Anyways, so, marble. Okay, ooh. Alright, so we got some options here. So you can just do, like, straight up marble brick. We can do... I wish I could zoom in on this to see... Oh, I thought he was going to get that hit off on me. Could you not attack me, bears? I just want to live my life. Here's a block button. And so you find it sad that we can't look properly at emotes. We don't have to the no way to see look at the tier 2 and tier 3. Yeah, to be fair, I don't do that much with the tier 2 and tier 3 emotes. I don't know, it's like the emotes I make I'm usually happy enough with. I'm like, oh, I'd like everyone to have it who's, you know, able to drop money on it and everything. But I don't know. Usually it's when I'm out of spaces, whatever was getting knocked off, I'll end up putting in the tier 2, just tier 2, tier 3, so they're just somewhere. So we've got like kind of a tree pattern on there. We got smooth marble. We got the spiral pattern on the floor. I think the floor... Can you put the meat shrooms together on the cooking thingy? Not that I see. I don't think this is gonna have that level of crafting. Alright. So let's try making 10 of those. The fire one. I'll have to check them when they're raw. Okay, that's the tree pattern. Okay, so even though we're not going to use them all, we're going to compare. So, floor option 1. And I do notice it modifies the block based on what's next to it. That's good to know. Floor pattern 2. Floor pattern 3. Okay, so those are our options. We've got plain old smooth marble. This one's kind of got a cracked pattern, which is weird. I think genuinely from the top, both the brick and the smooth look the same. I think it just has that crack because that. And that one's vaguely a tree. Yeah, I kind of agree that the smooth marble, I think, looks the best of these. Oh, okay, so breaking our pickaxe just makes it less effective. That's cool. So we don't lose the tool entirely. All right, so for the floor, smooth marble. Alright, one thing I'm going to do here in a second is I'm going to get rid of, like, the head bob for using tools. Because that's just a weird choice. Like, it's one thing when you're fighting and all that, but when you're just sitting there, like, poking at the ground, it's kind of a weird one. Much better. I understand they're going for, like, a realism or whatever aspect, but, like, there's gotta be shovel, right? We have the different weapon categories. Yeah, crude knives, crude sword, and all that. So try those and see what we think about those. Yeah, no, I don't. Well, there's an iron shovel, but no shovel I'm seeing until iron. Oh, we got a farmer's cart. We can make a feed bag. We can make a crude hoe. We're gonna need that to farm the stuff we've got. We can use an essence of light to make seed bags, which is interesting. And that requires an upgrade bench, so we'll go ahead and do that. We can make piles of sticks, vines, a hay bale. We can use soil and plant fiber to change the style of grass or whatever we got nearby. That's kind of cool. Alright. How's it so far? Seen some other Vintage Story elites playing. I was curious. You had all far? No, we just started. It's definitely more Minecraft than Vintage Story. Like it's not, you know, a sweaty try-hard kind of Minecraft type thing. Its combat's more polished than Minecraft. Okay, so we got that growing there. Meanwhile, let's go over to here. Drop you, smooth, craft 24. Let's see, can you do me a favor and post the scuff drawing of the tier 2 through 3 with the gray background? Yeah, that was from Roots of Pacha. Yeah, no, it definitely has a more vibrant color scheme. It's also got, like, the climbing is way more of, like, a parkour kind of thing. So instead of just you walk up and maybe you can kind of, like, shimmy up a tile slightly, you genuinely do, like, you can, like, jump almost 3 blocks and then pull yourself up. It's something like 3 or 4 blocks tall. It looks like you could potentially climb, jump, whatever. It doesn't have, like, the depth of crafting that, Vintage Story has. Like I said, it's more Minecraft. I do appreciate that it's not just, here's the grid, put the thing on the grid. It was interesting that Minecraft had that aspect to it, but it is one of the things that kind of annoys me that, like, every other voxel crafting game has had that, including Vintage Story. It's like, okay, but really, does that serve a function? Or is it just you arbitrarily have to kind of know the pattern? Let's see, or even Hydroneer, just high color saturation. Yeah, no, exactly. Alright, so let's consider the walls. Because he made these. Ooh, okay, so I don't like the marble brick. The marble brick has this, like, cracked pattern to it. That is just in general, yeah. Alright, so the marble brick, not a winner in my book. Vetoing you. The already looking cracked kind of thing, garbage. Get it out of here. How does the brick tile, though? Like, against each other? We could check it. Oh, weirdly, now I'm not getting the cracked pattern. So that doesn't look bad like that, but with the weird, like, cracked pattern on it. Okay, so. I'm thinking we do a combination of it. How does... Tree in the corners? I mean, if I make the corners inlaid slightly, I could do that. Alright. I just want to do a comparison of, like, what on what looks good. So we got that trim on the bottom. We got that brick on the bottom. The tree on the bottom, I already know I kind of don't like the look of. Like, I like the tree, I just don't think it belongs in the bottom. Actually, didn't they have a button for, like, rotating you? What? Hang on. What? I can just switch it at will? I don't have to, like, pre-prep it? Hang on. Because that was straight up out of the smooth blocks. So let's grab you. I don't understand, but okay. Because I was all out of smooth block. Okay, so it looks like I'd literally just take the marble and I could just hit a button and be like, okay, you're this pattern now, or you're that pattern now. I'm not sure if I want to do marble for everything around it. I could very well see, like, deliberately making the choice to do, like, the marble floor, and then, you know, have the walls be some other material. Like, either like, a wood material. Okay, so I was curious if I yoinked the stuff, if that would fall out. Let's see, with the thought, they put the art style, and feel the game. You think you wouldn't be surprised there's going to be behind some scenes with a palette-adjacent texture? Yeah. I mean, you already see, like, along the edges here, it puts, like, the grass and the dirt overlapping. It definitely has some consideration to the neighboring tiles and what it should look like and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so let's start by just maybe having a front area. We'll use the marble floor here, just because we can. Oop. It looks like I can take this, and I could literally just turn it into the other marble block. Because they have the same cost of materials to build it. Alright, so I don't want to necessarily make this a giant rectangle of marble. The thing we're going to go ahead and do is right here on the front, I'm going to make it kind of enclose a little bit for where we can put doors in that. It's been a hot minute since I built anything for purposes other than just being a place to hide. Oh, we can figure it out from there. Meanwhile, we can grab the dirt. Okay, so that just makes it just dirt now. And we did see at this bench, I could change it to look like a bunch of things. We could apparently make a hive with Essence of Life. So we got full grass, leafy grass, blunt grass. We got cold grass, wet grass, green moss grass. So we can make a bunch of these different grasses. I was expecting from the image for that to be a lot different. That's a little disappointing. Because this image makes it look like it's really kind of almost a teal and aqua. It's like aqua. I was like, okay, we can make this like cool dark grass, that kind of thing. Sure. Alright, so we'll probably keep it like that for that piece. Let's fill in this giant hole we made. Because this is how deep the tree trunk went. Okay. So we've got this going on. Like I said, I don't think I want to do marble up everything. Let's see about going over here. So we do mossy cobblestone. It can give me mossy brick if I want it. Otherwise, it just makes the regular stone brick there. Otherwise, we have the regular stone brick. What else is on that list? Okay, so I can make mossy cobblestone as well. That's fine. Can I make mossy roof tiles? I'd actually like... Okay, no mossy roof tiles. Because that actually could look good. Alright. And then put wood up top here, or glass? I want it to kind of be brighter. Let's see what our wood options are. So for wood options... Oh, if I take this back here, can I just change it? Oh, no, it's got its own old subset. Okay. That's interesting. So if we use a decorative block, I can make pillars and all sorts of stuff. Alright. That's because it's now a stone brick as opposed to cobblestone. Huh. Interesting. For this... I think the wood walls will look good when we get there. I think that's going to be the upper part of the wood wall, though. Or the upper part of the wall. Okay. That's interesting. I hadn't anticipated that being a thing. Let's go ahead and see what else we can do with this. What the variants are. So you have another variant. I don't imagine that's going to look good to me. Nope, don't like it. Yeah. Okay. I can see using something like that for, like, a cellar or whatever. For right now, I'm just gonna chuck the brick in here. And the cold dirt, I guess. Alright, let's go get some other materials, because I'm not loving my options there. We do have whatever this kind of tree is. One second, let me grab the dirt. I'm forgetting how deep these holes are. Grab you, do that. We can check to see if the birch looks way better. Now as we dig down and fall into a gaping hole. Chop down another birch tree. And we'll see how the birch looks, as opposed to what we were using before. See if it looks any better. Because like I said, I kind of want a brighter material. But I don't want it to just be marble. Like we could do like a plaster or something that'd look really good. And they do have a whole thing about you can stain clay a bunch of different colors and use hardwood to make like that kind of design. I'm not necessarily looking for that. So we have our birch. Okay, so the birch is definitely brighter. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, no, it just says light wood. It doesn't have that. Well, that's a weird one. So you can do kind of a flower pattern. The planks. Interestingly enough, we can make it a trapdoors in that, and if we do that, it turns dark. Okay. So we've got a couple different variants we can do here. I could definitely see those being for corners or something like that. Like, I like the look of that for the rest of the wall. It's finding what's effectively the baseboards. Switch you to all be the same, so you stack. Because that's weirdly a thing I gotta worry about, apparently. Okay. So I need something darker for the bottom. We've already got these trees, wood. Trying to see if we have, what are you? What are you? Brown mushroom block. Okay. Brown mushroom shelf. Alright, let's take that back and see what the heck we can do with brown mushroom blocks and shelf. So I can't craft anything with it over here. Nothing new I'm seeing here. It does look like it considers mushroom block to be a type of mushroom. I'm going to try just shoving a mushroom block here to see if mushrooms grow out of it. Alright, so we got just regular cobblestone here. Go ahead and borrow your door, friend. You wouldn't open for me, so I made my opening. Oh, do torches have a limited lifespan? I'm guessing. Okay. That's information. Alright, nothing that's interactable. I mean, you've got a lovely place here. It's real unfortunate that somebody robbed you. Boom powder. Okay, just a random, really nice place. There's more on the other side of that. Be cool. Can I talk to you? You're just... Alright, I mean, I guess it's... Have a nice day, I guess. What does make me curious... There's clearly more on the other side of this wall. Okay. So I got a bunch of junk in my inventory that's getting to be too much. You can have the cobblestone back. I'm gonna grab your crops. What else do I want to drop in here? Those should stack. You can have the dirt. You definitely want that more anyways. Why do you have all this stuff here? Look, man, it's really so small potion bottle, some rubble. Let's see. What do I think I should get rid of? Here, you can have the ladder. I'll take your food. You can have... There. Nice trade. You're welcome. Yeah, it's like, get down there, it's like, oh, am I gonna get, like, fought here? So, like, just like, oh, no. No, just being pretty cool about it. I just live on your roof, don't mind me. You've definitely moved out here in the middle of absolutely nowhere because you didn't want to be around people, and I have made sure to take away that desire from you, to make that just an unavailable option. So we got hardwood planks. Okay, we can have kind of a leaf pattern. Standard block. Leaf pattern's pretty cool. Alright. I don't have enough boxes to do anything with it, though. I have just 5 hardwood. Okay, so we have the crude copper we can drop off here. So we've got the lightwood planks. Let's stop being so picky about the blocks and just get something made. We've got more hardwood we can just chuck in there. So let's see what we got here. So we got the maple logs. Maple logs are what we were looking at before. We've got the birch, which we can do all that. What happens if we take the birch planks? Okay, so the birch planks don't really give me a whole lot of difference in options. I can make them into, like, like the plank stairs and all that. But not much we want to do with that. We can go over here. Where the other option was cobblestone and you that I could change stuff with. So cobblestone, I can make a bunch of these ones. And then you, I could make slight adjustments that with the columns on it. I do think we're going to end up using the stone to begin with, just for the sake of having something there. I think of the designs, that one is the one I found the best. So let's go ahead and just slam out a whole stack. Switch you down to being the same type. We'll just get this going. Alright, so we've got those. Right now, I'll chuck the rest of those in there for the moment. Alright, and so for you, we had the star pattern, just regular old planks, or the flowers. I think the flowers of my options was the most interesting for, like, the corners. Let's plan for that to be the corners of the outside. I'll need 2 more. So I got those. How do I want to do the rest? I could use a straight up birch log as one option. I don't think the star pattern will work. How does the straight up birch log look? I can get behind that. Okay. And I want to put, like, windows of some kind here later, I think. But for the moment... let's go ahead and, for right now, just chuck one against the wall there. Okay, so we need to find another birch tree. And then after we get the birch tree, we can go ahead and get all that finished. So we can grab you. I did not bring dirt with me, because of course I didn't. That's fine. Alright, so with that we can go over here, we can get these set up. Yeah, it's not a terrible design. I definitely could use better walls than what we've got, but that'll at least suffice for the time being. So the next thing is going to be building our roof. So let's see what our options for our roof tiles are. So we have you. So we can do something like that, where we just do a standard, like, light wood roof. We can use the maple, same idea, but it's going to be dark. I don't think that'll look good with what we already have. Let's go in here and grab the stone brick and see what our options are with the stone brick. Did I use all the cobble? I shouldn't have used all the cobble, right? Maybe I did. We can go over here and check for you. The stone roof might be interesting. The angle won't look good. The pillars are also an interesting consideration, that we can make big pillars and all that. And the fact that we can make benches and all that at the entrance as well. Let's go run over here where the marble was. And grab a little bit more of that and see what that's going to make for roofs. It's more mushroom. Okay, this is stone chunks. Oh, you're a squirrel running away from me. That's fine. Yeah, so I'm having problems finding the marble that we were mining earlier. I don't think this is the marble. Yeah, so it's chalk on the surface. Where was that marble? I thought it was like right around here. But like one spot that I was mining up the marble from. But running around at nighttime do be what it do. More gravel and stuff. Okay. It's not the same spot we were at before, but it is marble. So we're going to grab a bunch of the marble here and see how that's going to look for a roof. Why is it so dark? It's nighttime. Nighttime be like that. But yeah, I'll see how the marble roof ends up looking. If not, we'll also check dirt. Maybe we can get like a sod roof or whatever. Alright. And then one of the other things we're definitely going to want to do is take the time to go underground and find ourselves some iron, all that stuff. It looks like we're going to need charcoal quite a bit. While I do appreciate the climbing thing, it is a little aggressive. And that just walking around to mine, I keep accidentally starting climbing the brick. Alright. It'll also be curious with the idea of you being able to just repair your tools. Like how that all works out in the long run. Alright, where's home? There it is. Yeah, I think you can only watch review, but super quick breakdown of this game. Basically kind of the same idea as like Minecraft. But like the what are you? But basically similar idea to like Minecraft, just the combat's a little bit more fleshed out, that kind of thing. But generally same idea. You're gonna be crafting, exploring, that kind of deal. Alright, so interesting. Okay, so let's see. So with the marble roof will probably look the best of our options right now. Do we make it flat or do we make it cobbled? So the flat's going to be the easiest to work with. The cobble roof, because we don't have diagonals, unless there's a thing there. Oh, I can also make temple doors. Sure. Cool. So, oh, we were full inventory. Because I'm going to need to sort a lot of this out over time. We'll drop the chalk off for now. And drop the regular wood off right now, I guess. We'll deal with the rest in a minute. Okay. So, we can try for the angle, we can try for the flat roof. So, questions I have is I put a... Okay, so it'll be one of these kind of situation. Oh, there's a... Ah, I see. So pick it back up. The question is the corners. So if we hit R, tell it to position that way. But what happens at the corner? That's the part I'm not sure about. Because there isn't a corner brick here. So the question is, if I put a regular tile at the corner facing with the correct directions, will it make it the correct corner? Yes, it will. Excellent. Okay, I've made my decision, because the other roof piece we had was this one, which is fine, And I might end up using that, like, right in the middle where things don't quite line up. It's kind of annoying that I have to get the pickaxe just to pick up craft the tiles. Alright, let's grab those. Give me, like, 20 of those to start. Alright. Cool. Now see how we correct those parts in the front. Right, so it's those ones I'm gonna have to, I was curious if that was going to correct it. We get figured out. It might just be I have to change the pattern I'm using here. All right. And I'll have cleanup to do with all this, but that's all right. And I had to put that there to give myself block to go. So you can see, like, we're having a little bit of funkiness I'm gonna have to figure out with the corners there. Because I am doing kind of a weird setup with that. That's alright. Excellent roof choice. Well, thank you. Maybe at this height we flatten it. Instead of, like, keep having a cone up. That we flatten it at this height. Alright, but first I gotta figure out how I'm fixing this. It's a little annoying that when I move... Alright, well, I can definitely do the other angle, because that spot did the wrong angle. So you got those, you got that. So I'm guessing I probably need to put you here. can't really make out where it's... There we go. So it does a pretty good job of this. There's definitely some figuring out. My only complaint I'm running into is just because the keyboard it wants me to do that rotation is way off on my right hand, which could be just, while it does support Dvorak, maybe it's got some like little weirdness around it or that. That might just be an oversight kind of key. Oh, that's not right. We'll have to fix that. Alright. So we can go here. Come on. There we go. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we gotta put a box to make it a tile higher. I have a really big concern that's gonna make it look not right, but that's okay. We're gonna figure it out. That's a big part of when you play these kind of games the first time. They all have their nuance about stuff that doesn't work well and does work well with the crafting, and you learn to finagle around whatever the shortcomings are with their crafting system. So that one is just a filler box. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Alright, so we're gonna need more marble. And then we shouldn't need that much more marble, and we'll seal off the middle of that roof. And then that'll be, at least for the time being, the home there sealed up. They can figure out things from there. Okay, and that's one of two I've got. Now have to look at what a repair kit costs. Because we found our first one. Because I'm imagining I'm going to want to get rid of the stone tools in favor of other ones. We're definitely going to want to go diving in the underground, looking for iron, looking for copper, all that kind of stuff. Okay. And just quarrying the local marble, as you do. I'm curious as well, so my wife actually does play a lot of Minecraft. Not like you would normally play Minecraft. Her whole thing was, you know, I had a Minecraft account from way back that I had played to the point I burned out on it. And then Toon was just like, you know what? I'd be interested in trying it. It's like, okay. So I set her up on my Minecraft account since I wasn't using it. And her whole thing she likes to do is she'll just have a show going or whatever, and she will just level the map, like, down to, I think it's like one tile above water, just perfectly flatten the map, as far as the eye can see. And she's been doing this for years. Like, years and years. The point she actually had one of her save files got corrupted or whatever because the map was just so big with all of this changes, it just got screwed up somehow. Oh, I was in my head thinking that it would only stack to 64, but apparently that is not the case. Alright. She's playing super flat the hard way? Yeah. Sometimes you want to do that kind of stuff. Sometimes you're like, you know what I'm doing? Like, I'm doing this kind of mindless challenge just because I feel like it. I've done that stuff before, like, oh yeah, we're gonna remove all the trees from this map. Is there a reason to do it? No. Am I doing it anyways? Yep. And hey, Red, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Red Naru, by the way? Another fantastic content creator, does a lot of, you know, survival crafters, Product Zomboid. Was recently playing Hytale as well with, Allison Adventures. So definitely someone to check out. Alright. What? Why are you not... There we go. Okay. Had fun playing it too? Yeah, no, I've been enjoying it so far. The combat is definitely better than Minecraft's. Like, that's... If we're doing the direct comparison, like, there's definitely leagues better in that regards. Minecraft's combat's pretty meh. Alright, so, let's, we've got this little area here. So what's gonna probably happen here is let's plan to make more space behind this. So we've got our fancy front entrance there. We will need the cobblestone. And grab you. Oh, we can just make the windows here. Okay, we'll add the doors. I didn't catch I could just straight up make the windows here. So we have the light window, we have the wardrobe, we've got tables, we've got stools, we've got a trap door, we've got cobble walls. Let's make some windows. Because I'd like to see one, if we put them together, how they look. So one window by itself looks like that. And we'll see. I can get behind it. Alright. Because that also gives me a little bit of light that, you know, I can do all that. Oh, I got a issue there. I gotta drop blocks off. So, you're going in that box. We can put the birch in that box right now and the roof tiles in that box. Are you trying to not look bad? Yeah, you've got your V there. How can I make you cooperate with that in the same way? Alright, that looks right. Okay, so we've got a little front entrance here. That actually looks pretty good from the inside. So the next question we're gonna have is we can go in this like main room. It's kind of interesting that we have the shelves in here, but where the stone I'm able to make benches, I can't make marble benches. I don't think it's a big deal or whatever, but it is a curiosity that one gives you the choice of the benches and the other one doesn't. The other thing I'm gonna try doing, because it might be this. So we can get marble wall things, marble pillars and all that. Could be a curiosity. Sure, why not? Grab you. Smash all into bricks. Do this. Grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And see how this works. Probably in one more. Alright. Just deciding where I'm putting these. We are making a overly fancy home here. Oh, that's gonna be a problem, isn't it? Or not, or it'll just work. Well, heck, that just works smoothly. Okay. I keep expecting a lot of these things to be just a pain to deal with, and then it's just like, nah, it's fine. You're good. It's like, oh, okay, it's just fine, I guess. Cool. So let's go ahead and get the rest of the decorative blocks out of the way here. All right. Yes, let's see. Looking at our benches. So repair kit. Oh, that's iron ingots. Like hell, am I using iron ingots to make something that is not iron fixed? We don't have the tanning hide, so that requires light hide. Alright, so let's go find some wildlife and unmake it. Because then we get the tanning thing. Alright, Bear. So far, things have gone smoothly. Actually, before I get all invested in that, bear with me for a second, chat, because Toom should be home by now, and so I'm going to run downstairs, welcome her home, throw some food in the oven, that kind of thing. And I'll be back in just a couple minutes to continue playing some Hytale. But thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a few minutes. Alright, and we are back. The first thing you do in a survival situation is build a marble home with decorative columns. Yeah, no, I'm sure there's been a couple of colonies that failed. Alright. Hey, Jackalope. Stab, 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 stab. Where'd you go? Okay. I'm sorry, the game said I needed light leather and your face is made out of it. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, whoa, okay. I have learned things. Q key does awesome. Right, we were making the, the tanning thing. What? Did I not get the tanning thing? When did I get a copper pickaxe? Alright, let's go here and make... a box. And then stare at my inventory and go, what have I done to myself? Contemplate our life decisions. Okay, so if I put you on there, I can ignore you for a minute. That's the light leather it just gave me back. So I guess because I couldn't hold that... Alright, so we got the light leather thing. Obviously, I need to move all this junk inside. If I put you next to you, do you go together? You do not. That's okay. Let's drop all these in here, drop the potions in here. There's too much stuff. Okay, so tanning. We can go ahead and just chuck stuff in there and just let it process. We can grab the stone pickaxes and huck them in the box. Put the stone axe in there, I won't bother carrying multiple. Okay, so that gives me the grains, but I don't actually get the life stuff back. So I'm farming at a net negative, which is a weird thing. Yeah, so you can cook and make wildberry salad. The blacksmith, we're gonna need ore. Yeah, so this one, I need Essence of Life to make seeds. Crude shears, a wooden bucket, a watering can empty, a capture crate. Used to capture small animals in order to bring them back to your home. Cool. A fishing trap. We can make bait. Fertilizing bag. A feed bag. A bag of feed for an animal. It might be lured with this. We can make more seeds. We can make beech saplings. Greater essence of life. We can first... Okay. So interesting. So this requires us to upgrade the farmer's bench. Which requires softwood trunks. Okay. I see. Okay, alright. So we got some stuff to do. So let's go ahead and I need one more of you. 1, 2 more of you. We'll get those planted. And then we can upgrade it. At which point then we have the ability to kind of like, you know, spend Essence of Life to get the crops, to turn around and then turn the crops into Essence of Life. So that we've got like the whole cycle. I don't really need the extra food, so right now we're just going to chuck that in there. I've got the cooked meat. We'll chuck these in here. We'll just chuck all these random materials in here. I'll keep the berries on me, I guess. We have cotton in there. Got this. We got Essence of the Void to deal with. Oh, and I've got more flowers. We can drop that in Never mind. We can drop that in here. The venom sacks. Alright, so our inventories are already full. So, I don't want to get too ridiculous on a lot of this. But now that we've got our proper foyer, because, you know, you need a proper foyer. Like, what's the point of survival if you're just going to be in some rum-dum little wooden cabin in the woods? Before we get too caught up in this, might do a quick pivot. So rather than continue to dig this up, let's go check around nearby if I can find a decent amount of iron and all that kind of stuff. So I believe I might have the dirt here. I do not. I think it is pulling the wood from nearby boxes. Interestingly enough, those boxes combined.
Here you go, husband.
Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy.
You enjoy.
Yeah.
Love. Alright. So I've got some food. I can chuck all this in here. The other question I had was, if I go here and I chuck you in there, I think I can put both. I don't think it'll make an alloy. I think it'll just go through the process until it's out of material. Let's go ahead and put the Essence of Life in here. We got plenty of food. We'll drop off the sap. We can drop off the sticks. And for right now... Okay, we got a couple places I can go down below nearby. So let's start here. So one thing I'm noticing that oh, right, we already went down this one. Okay, we've already robbed you, so I won't worry about that. There was another hole in the ground over here somewhere. All right. I'm having problems dodging or anything with these because you sustain the attacks as opposed to the axe. I like how aggressive the knives feel. All right. There we go. So definitely gonna need to practice some of that. Oh, potatoes. I was not expecting this random potato, but okay. Alright, so we are not great at staying in the fight kind of things. Because, like, it definitely gives you the feeling like you want to just kind of stay in the fight and just, like, slap stuff a whole bunch, but there doesn't seem to be, like, a stun or something like that to work with. Let's try the axe again, now I know that there's multiple moves and all that. Now, this was the tunnel we were in. The other thing I'm observing is kind of a problem is because your weapon, you can have the weapon or the torch out, not both. It really makes kind of going in the mine part of it a little rough. I'm gonna just need to make a bunch of torches to move around, that kind of thing. Because so far I haven't seen the idea of like a one-handed weapon. You pull out the actual weapons and it goes two-handed. And then you can use not weapons, but they work pretty badly. So I'm gonna need a lot of torches or something like that to juggle that. You get something to come place the torch immediately if it... Yeah, well that's the thing, is I'm finding it, when I put this on my bar, it's not super easy to get available. So that's kinda what I'm navigating now, is how I want to deal with the torches. My light sources as it is. Now, it could be maybe the sword is one-handed. Have I played the automation mod pack for Minecraft? No. For the record, like, I played Minecraft way back in the day, before, like, the Ender Dragon was the thing and all that. I kind of burned myself out of it way back then. Like, I played a ton of it. And I never really did kind of go back. Let's see, is there magic or fantasy in the game, or is it, more grounded fantasy? So far, I haven't seen anything like the ability to use spells or anything like that. I'm not saying that's not a thing in the game. It did just come out, so I haven't exactly had a chance to really play much of it. But so far, I haven't seen, like, you know, lightning spells and wands and stuff like that, and whatever. Put one here. All right. And thank you, Zalsol, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. And I really do appreciate that, so thank you so much for that. Does mean a whole heck of a lot. Okay, there's another area to branch off over here. I'm going to drop one torch up here. It's just a marker for when I go to leave, too. Oh. Okay. That is a big cave. Alright. There's just so much stuff down here. I'm accepting I'm just going to need to make a lot of torches. And then hope they don't have the trolley thing like the torches expire or whatever. Okay. It is also a little annoying that the stuff gets stuck in the walls like that. It is an easily solved thing where all I have to do is just mine out the block it's stuck on and they'll fall. I kind of wish they just kept falling. Okay. Right, so I only have one torch on my person, so if we get into a fight, that's tricky. Okay. The cave systems in this are pretty good. I know when Minecraft first came out, the cave systems were pretty garbo at the beginning. And eventually they got polished up to be a lot better. Any deaths so far? No, not yet. We've gone low on life a couple of times. But after playing Vintage Story, this game has been pretty chill. I think the hardest point is me figuring out where I live. Can I? Oh, good. Because I marked the bed, it did put him. I was about to say, I was a little worried I wasn't gonna be able to find my way home. Alright. This is Hytale. It's a new game. Came out in early access just the past couple days. Not on Steam yet. They will be adding it to Steam, but with the early access, they didn't want to get all the negative reviews of people being like, this game isn't finished. Or, you know, other complaints for people, you know, holding early access too high a standard, that kind of thing. That's at least the reason they've given, but they did say they are intending on bringing it to Steam eventually. I think the idea is they wanted to get the game in the hands of people who've been following it, which I'm not one of those. I happen to see other people playing, I was like, that looks fun. So, like, you know, to try and mitigate for people who've not kept up with the game or whatever, might get bad reviews because they just don't know what to expect. bunch more ore. Yep, first impressions only happen once. And it's extremely hard to, if you're like on Steam and you get bad reviews at the beginning, there's a reason why a lot of games, if they get like a bad initial reception, the game's just dropped. They just don't even bother anymore. Because getting your reputation back is super hard. Those early reviews, even if like you'll have where you look at the reviews and be like recently overwhelmingly positive or whatever, and then you still look at the overall review and it'll still be mixed just because of bad launch. Like that has been kind of the big thing about like No Man's Sky and all that. Is only recently did the No Man's Skies, the reviews, like the broad reviews on Steam finally come back around. I don't know what you are. Oh, something hit me hard. I can't see. No. Okay. All right. We do actually. I don't have as much ore as I thought. I'm used to Vintage Story where you find like it takes you forever to find, you know, a vein of copper or iron or whatever, and then when you find it, you're just set for a while. This is going back to the way it is in Minecraft, where you're going to take a while. Like you're just gonna find copper. Would you go away? It's not that bad. They don't hit that hard. But it's the whole thing where back like Minecraft where you find a node and you get like 4 or 5 units of the ore. Then you gotta find the next one. But as you can see, there's just nodes everywhere. Okay. So the downside is my pick's getting pretty worn out. I'm also finding myself comparing it to Vintage Story in the sense that you get your tools, and you can usually get a lot of stuff done once you get like a decent tool. And so I keep looking down at my pickaxe being like, oh man, you're already mostly spent. I haven't gotten that much. But that's just me having to adjust my expectations. I thought I saw big red eyes over there and I got scared. So I'm realistically going to need to do here is I'm gonna have to get out of here soon. Like I should be leaving a while ago. Because this pickaxe is done. The one good news about this game with that kind of stuff is that you can just mine blocks with your hands, it's just slow. and I guess the pickaxe still works. Just not as well when it's broken. So it's like some forgiveness and all that. Okay. You still can't believe the game is out and playable. You first followed it in high school. You're 28 years old. Is this game really been? Oh yeah, because people talked about the fact that people talked about the fact that this game had gotten bought by Riot, and then Riot just never saw it through. And then the people who yeah, whatever that thing is, hits way harder than the other stuff I've run into. I need to be working my way out of here, but my greed is going to get me in trouble. I'm personally not a fan of the damage effect of the screen. It sounds good on paper, but it makes it harder to avoid farther damage, so you die. Oh, you mean where it, like, blinks or whatever and covers that? Yeah, no, it's definitely from what I heard, like, with the second hand, is that, basically Riot bought the rights to, or the IP or whatever, for Hytale and just, like, stalled it. And that happens. Then the people who had been working on it in the first place apparently bought it back. And then, you know, here we are now. Which, low-key, I'm very happy to have, like, see devs, like, see their project through in that manner. Because a lot of times when you sell... So apparently Riot wanted to rewrite the engine. Interesting. The dev trudged through all that. Amazing respect for the recovery. Let's see, all the games that have persistent low health damage effect make the game worse for you. The game's tomato juice for blood unintentionally funny to you. Yeah. You know, I can understand that, absolutely. Well, on the bright side, we're gonna be good in ore for a little while, at least for the iron and that. I imagine I gotta go deeper for the other stuff. Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones. It's good to signal to the player being like, hey, you're in danger, deal with it. But at the same time, like the heartbeat effect. There's definitely a number of games where you're walking around just saying, and you're like, look, man, I can't deal with this right now. Please calm down. Like Project Zomboid. I enjoy Project Zomboid. It's not even like injury. It's when your character's panicked. You'll have situations where your character's just going to be stuck panicked, and you're just like, oh my god, please. I know my character's panicked. Can I not listen to the heartbeat for a minute? Oh, I was not expecting more ore to be there. Yeah, your health is low. Do you have any potions or any food? I don't even remember what game that was, where it just pops all the time. You're like, I know. Calm down. Fable? Gotcha. Yeah, it's been a while since I played Fable. Alright. Yeah, so we're definitely going to want to go when we get up top. I assume we're just going to be chucking wood in the pit to make the charcoal to make more stuff. We'll have to see. But we're definitely going to want to process all this. It looks like we're going to be in pretty good shape so far as the ore. This is a lot of ore I'm going to be bringing up. Okay. We're definitely filling up our inventory pretty well. So we're definitely going to be able to get our iron pickaxe sorted. Which my assumption is the iron pickaxe costs 2 iron to do stuff with. And so you're then justified in bringing repair kits with you. Because there's more cost effective to have like 2-3 repair kits on you and patch stuff up on the go, as opposed to running, you know, running around crafting more, all that stuff. Makes me wonder what use you have for your tools you kind of... I don't know what you are, but I got places to be. Oh, well, that's not what I want. Okay, that's interesting. Okay. Now we're down to our last couple spaces of stuff. We really should be getting out of here. But look, man, there's just ore. It's right here. Let's start working our way up. Okay, so we could just try navigating back forever. We're actually not that far from our house. We're just across the river. But it is time to make our way out of the hole, which is gonna be slow. Because we're using a broken pickaxe. I'm also hoping this basalt cobblestone, I'm hoping we can make some cool bricks out of that. Or otherwise something else interesting. Alright. There's a good chance I'll have stuff sneak up behind me and start biting me in the ankles while I'm doing this. I accept this reality. I'm also curious if, like, for how I want to set this up, go to our base. Would you bugger off? You're not even that threatening. Oh, it's just the lighting didn't load. Okay. I was like, what the hell is the black block? Thinking it might be coal or something. Alright. I am gonna grab the ore we physically run into because, I mean, why wouldn't I? Okay. We're back to normal cobblestone. So we haven't seen too many varieties of block. We've seen chalk, we've seen marble, we've seen just generic stone, we've seen basalt. It's not a bad amount. It does make me wonder if we're gonna see like limestone or granite or all of that just falls under stone. 'Cause it's always hard to tell with some of these, like how much variance they're gonna give. Like, are we going to see stone that's kind of got a green green hue, orange hue, that kind of thing? You know, more options for building, because that's usually one of the big draws in these kind of games as well, is just the creative aspect of it. you know, getting your various materials, making your bases. It's always been one of the areas I've not been quite as strong on the creative side. I've definitely made some cool stuff over the years, mostly more in like Minecraft and later on, but usually it can be kind of limiting at times, where that's where like a lot of mods and, you know, later titles have come in where they have, you know, it's still voxel but like a finer voxel or whatever. Whereas this has the same kind of rough voxels as like Minecraft does. Okay. I also have no context of how deep we are because we were just kind of following the tunnels. I didn't have torches placed everywhere. That's kind of where I was mentioning. I'm kind of debating that when it comes to mining down below for resources, I'm kind of low-key thinking that the way I might want to approach it is I might want to approach it where we have our home, and I just have like a mine entrance on the bottom of the home, and that we can, you know, just either have like the stairway kind of thing that just goes down into the abyss kind of deal. Think about that. Does the early access have a lot of content? I can't really answer that yet. I'm still pretty early on. I'm imagining it's not gonna have tons, because like the devs themselves didn't put on the Steam on Steam, with one of the reasons that they're not on Steam yet is being it doesn't have as much content as they feel they really want before having people review it, that kind of thing. Which to me would heavily imply that it's going to be a little content dry. So far it's been good. Like comparing to, you know, other games in this genre, Minecraft and Vintage Story specifically, the combat is way cleaner than either Minecraft or Vintage Story. Like, you've got a bit more mobility, your character does like a little bit more of like lunges and not like full-on dodges, but all that kind of stuff. Where both Vintage Story and Minecraft, I would say combat's kind of one of their weaker points. That it's present, it's fine. It's not gonna win any awards, it's okay, it's passable. I haven't seen anything with like the enemy spawns that has been frustrating or anything like that yet. It seems like the classic, if you don't have light in the area, expect the things to go bump in the night. None of the enemies have felt particularly awful. That said, the enemy... Okay. That said, the enemies so far have been... They've been fine. There's been a little bit of variance, but I wouldn't say there's been anything that's like stood out to me being like, oh man, that enemy is like super impressive. We did see some orc things that we didn't get to see like what they did because I didn't have a weapon yet, so I just left them alone. Maybe they do some more interesting things. But, you know, it's fine. Like, the combat feels, for the genre, relatively good. It's still nothing I'd say, like, is gonna win awards or anything. It's not like, oh man, the combat's amazing. But, like, you know, for the genre, it's one of the few games I've been like, oh yeah, no, actually the combat's not bad. Chalk, I assume? White clay. Okay. So, we can use clay. This is the first time we've seen it. So let's see if the clay goes all the way to the surface, or if it's something that's underground. Let's see, it's supposed to be designed from the ground up to be heavily server-side modded. So you can just jump into a server and get whatever curated experience you want set there. Yeah, no, it definitely has an aspect that they're leaning heavily in the modded direction. They're making the game very moddable kind of thing, which I think is a smart move. But I can't speak to any of that because, like, I don't tend to mod my stuff very much. But I could certainly see checking that kind of thing out, like, you know, people in my community seem to be enjoying watching me play the game, that kind of thing. I could certainly see turning around after a while and be like, alright, let's go, you know, have some people pick out some servers that have, like, really good experiences or whatever, and maybe check it out. That one would be curious, because I don't tend to play that much multiplayer stuff. And generally speaking, if you're talking a server, you're probably talking a multiplayer experience. But we can see. Like, obviously the game's pretty early on. We're gonna see what ends up happening with it. I assume we're close to the surface. The one thing I am worried about, are we near the river at all? Well, I'm glad this one doesn't crush you when that happens. Because we just dropped existence on our head. It looks like we're under a desert. In a lot of the other games, I would have been buried alive and just, you know, heard oof, oof, constantly again and again as I'm desperately trying to deal with stuff. Yeah, no, exactly. I kind of like this way more. Like, it's fine to be like, hey, there's a danger digging straight up and down, be careful. And we still would have that with lava and water potentially drowning ourselves and all that. But with the sand, I kind of like where, hey, I'm trying to bring a lot of sand home. Cool, let me just give a thwack on the ground below and watch the entire desert collapse into the hole. Alright. Oh, I don't have inventory space for the one box of dirt there. You know what? Okay. So we are just north of home. I was hoping I could place like a marker like you could on Vintage Story where like, hey, this is a cave entrance, hey, that's where I've got this. I like that feature where you can actually go on your map and like locate and expand and all that kind of stuff and write on the map. I think it's a great feature, especially for a game that's got these kind of mechanics. And there's home right there. Alright, so let's go and figure some things out. So you have tanned some leather. Do I have more leather to drop off? Yes, I do. Quick stack. Quick stack. Alright. We can go here, drop as much of you and you that'll carry. Fix our stacks here. And I've got nothing that'll accept for fuel. We can deal with all that in a minute. We can drop all you off in here. Okay, so I can cook the mushrooms and potatoes and stuff like that. That's interesting. Start doing this. We can put white clay in here, which allows me to make clay brick. Yeah, so this is the one I was curious. So it's interesting that white clay Yeah, it's for clay brick, not for clay. Interesting. So weirdly, I can make white clay smooth. Ah, so it does count. So then I would just need hardwood, and I can make like the framed out stuff. I would need the sticks to make mushrooms and all that. We got a little bit of charcoal, so we chuck you in there. We can drop off all the cobblestone for now. And let's see what it says about the basalt cobblestone. So basalt cobblestone can become basalt brick. There's a couple different ornate options. So basically, I could make it have like a dark stone floor. Cool. I think we'll probably end up doing that, but we'll wait on that for right now. What we could do in the meantime, let's go into one of these boxes had our sticks. So I can go over here to the cooking station. Spices. So I craft a thing of spices. I don't know anything about this. So let's go and craft all the mushrooms. Minecraft, you like using a torch to collapse a pillar of sand and gravel? Very satisfying. Yeah, that's where you have like the prep, where you make it so it's an ineligible tile for stuff to pile up on. So what? Ah, so I've got the potatoes. Okay, so I made some goodies here. Alright, so we're gonna need to figure out is a better way to get charcoal. Unless it's something like this. Can I put the wood in as the material we are burning? No. Okay. You make a crude mace for another weapon type. I believe we just... Oh, right, we can upgrade these. I totally forgot that's a thing. Yeah, so we need ingots for all that. It's a training dummy. Oh, wait, do I not have the armors? I don't think I have that one. Alright, let's make the armors crafting bench. And I definitely need to go through here and rearrange this. Okay, so that's all going to be ingots and whatnot. Yeah, so I'm going to need ingots for that. I didn't expect anything otherwise. Grab you. Toss you in there and turn that back on. Oh, I bet you it's wood in there could become charcoal. No, I can't put the wood on this side. I can put on this side, though. So I can technically do this either way. So I'm going to need to do some serious deforestation. I'm going to drop this in here. Drop all that stuff in here for right now. Drop you in there. Drop the sandstone rubble. Bone fragments. Put the spices away for the time being. Alright. You found stairs and ropes are a little clunky in Hytale. You could not descend a negative ravine. Gotcha. We can figure it out. Cool. So that actually gave me some charcoal to burn. Alright, well let's go and get ourselves a lot of wood. I think he was trying to say a negative incline. Or they were trying to say. Shouldn't assume. And with that, tree go boom. That is pretty satisfying. All right. So one thing we should do, we can pop in here, let it burn. Let's grab the stack of dirt. Do you have another stack of dirt? I do not. Yeah, let's cut up more of this tree that we just pulled up. And then cover the hole with a, with dirt. So you don't fall into it while fighting something. But you installed a mod on Minecraft that does that, where the first log you cut, fun to watch huge spruce trees fall. Yeah, no, it's, there's been a lot of games who've done mechanics like that where you cut the base of the tree and the whole tree just kind of falls apart. Alright. Okay. And now nothing happened. Alright, so we can drop the dirt off again. Give me a bunch of those. Okay, so let's see. Of these different benches... So, we are going to be getting... Oh, you need to be upgraded before we can do anything with that. Alright, so what are you missing for your upgrade? Resource, softwood tree trunks. So maple does not count as a softwood. Which is, you know, fair enough. Do I have the birch log still? Grab the birch logs. That also does not count as a softwood trunk. So we should have the rest of those once I harvest the crops. But we're going to need to figure out the softwood situation. Let's go ahead and get these pulled up here. Okay, so we're just missing softwood. Alright, so if birch does not count as softwood, and that doesn't count as softwood, let's go for a little wander and see if we can't find something that's softwood. Hey, Drongo, how's it going? I hope you had fun playing Hytale yesterday. I didn't get to catch the end of the stream, but I definitely enjoyed what I did see. Alright, let's just deal with you. Very much so. And again, check out Blade Drongo, absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the House Kid Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. And I was also playing Hytale yesterday. Do you think you'll be playing? And if you're trying to lurk, don't let me keep you from it. But do you think you'll be playing more of it? Because I haven't gotten a chance to get a feel for like you know, do I feel like there's a lot here to check out? Oh, it's a little baby piggy. Is there like a lot here to check out, or as well as ones like, oh cool, the concept's good, but gotta wait for it to bake more, that kind of thing. So far, I've been enjoying it, but I also don't know how much there is here. There are a lot of spiders in this game. Yeah, playing some more of this so far. You feel like you've got more content to enjoy. Yeah, that's good. So that's a trippy looking tree. Definitely looks like, you know, a tree I should probably allow to let live because, you know, it looks all... Okay, there's some more of the azure logs. So we got azure logs earlier out of one of, like, the little temple things. But at the time, like, you know, I couldn't find anything to use it for. I'm assuming it's a special material we use for something. Alright. So sadly, because it has so much surface area in the bottom, cutting down the whole tree is going to take a minute. But yeah, so we are making our iron tools, which will be good. It definitely feels like we're probably going to find... Actually, that didn't take as long as I thought. It definitely feels like we're going to have to put a little bit more effort into finding some of the later stuff. We're just going to have to dig deeper. I kind of find myself missing... There's the feature in Vintage Story where I can go to an item and I can just hit a button. It's like, yo, here's the recipes. I kind of find myself missing that because, you know, trying to learn a new game. And I just kind of have to find the materials and just hope I see a crafting recipe. Which is fine. But I am just noticing it's like, oh yeah, I really wish I had an in-game way to, like, very quickly surface, like, oh, here's the things you can find. So I don't know if the azure wood counts as a soft wood. Does it say on it by chance? It doesn't really give us any information, just that it's azure wood. Alright, well let's go back home for a minute. The music's pretty solid. Don't squeak at me. Do you know who I am? A person with a big old axe. So far, we've tried the axe and we've tried the knives. As much as I like how the knives playstyle feel, it definitely feels like the axe is way more usable. Because, like, the advantage, and this is something that happens a lot of games, the advantage with the knives, you get a lot of hits in, but if an enemy kind of does, like, the quick counterattacks and all that, you just don't get the opportunity. So a lot of the times that you have that kind of a situation, usually the weapons that tend to be the ones that perform the best are just a weapon where you can step back and then hit the enemy once really hard and kind of repeat that process. Okay, so we got the tanning stuff. We definitely need to rearrange a lot of that. We can make a wooden bucket. We can make the watering can. These require upgrades, which requires softwood trunks. Let's grab the azure logs and see if that qualifies as a softwood. The sword and board feels very satisfying, but there's been a good amount of enemy variety in terms of parrying and preferred combat types, so it feels like having a few methods to engage is actually optimal. Gotcha. So, azure also does not count as a softwood. Alright. So while we're waiting on that, so birch wasn't a softwood, maple wasn't a softwood, which would make sense. Maple's definitely not a softwood. Azure wasn't a softwood. So let's look for a different tree type we don't recognize. Some of these trees are curious to me, if that's just more maple or something else. Let's try getting out of where we got the cool orange and red trees and go for some of the green ones. I'm gonna avoid you for right now. Want to go ahead and see if we can't find softwood. So this to me feels just like more maple and all that. You friend? No, you're a skeleton. Okay. Oh, there's different pigs. Okay, we got like a rainy area over here. Here we got birch, we got some seeds, some ore, some more azure. Got mushrooms. Alright, we got bloodleaf, whatever that is. Okay, you look like a different type of tree. So let's see what you are. You are oak, which is definitely not a softwood. Like lizard people over there. Let's see. Anything else around here that looks like a different kind of tree? Some big trees over here. Got a wolf over there. Got another one of these bloodleaf things. All right. Okay. We did kill it, but we're hurt really bad. Let's use the food I have less of. All right. So we apparently have whirlwind with the axe, versus we have much stabby with the daggers. Alright. Let's just as an experiment. Can I get just... I just want a piece. That's fine. Are you oak still? You are oak. Not really looking for that. We're looking for softwood. Okay, that's fine. Alright. That's gonna be oak more. You have to figure out, like... So softwoods usually, to me, mean stuff like pine, balsa... things like that. Now, one of the problems I'm finding is there's not enough distinction I'm noticing, because, like, the birch stands out against the other trees. The oak and the maple, they look very similar, it's just where you find them, it seems to be the difference. Which might just literally be all a difference. Because this will probably be maple. That's also oak, so I'm just wrong. This should be maple. That's maple. I wonder if there's an option to make it show you what the highlight is on your stuff, because that's a thing that you can run into in these games. They'll have it where you mouse over something, and it's like this block you are looking at is whatever. That's been in a lot of these games, so probably be here. So we have enemy health bars, sure. I don't want to hide any of the HUD stuff. Block placement's fine, so we've got all those set up. That's fine. We do got that temple over there we saw previously. Let's pop up here. You look like maple. Ash. Okay, no idea where ash lands on the hardwood, not hardwood spectrum. Have you checked some different biomes? I haven't checked that many. Which is part of why I'm like, okay, let's go over here and see what we can figure out. What block are you? You're just dirt. Okay, that's good to know. I do like the little fireflies going on. Alright, let's head home. And see if ash counts as a softwood. I don't think it is. I think it would count as a hardwood, actually. But it is another type of wood to tinker with. Alright. Yeah, as far as biomes go, I've seen there was a plains kind of biome. We've got kind of this autumn forest kind of biome. I know I've revealed 2 other biomes. Some of the biomes are very definitely distinct from each other in a big way. Some of the biomes, like the vaguely foresty, grassy lands kind of biome, where it's just green, is a little harder to tell one biome from the other, which doesn't surprise me at all. You know, they are similar biomes in that respect. Alright. So let's pop over here and see if any of these mark them as... None of those are softwood. Okay. So we need lots of light leather for your upgrade. You don't have it. Well, actually, wait. Yeah, you don't have an upgrade. The armor requires 100 azure wood and medium. You don't have an upgrade. You're surprised, though, when you start looking for woodworking, whether a tree is considered hardwood or thing is dependent on the nut or seed they produce, not the wood itself. Yeah, there are similarities to the different woods and all that. Okay, so you're going to depend on other plank types. Okay, so we get a little bit more copper and a little bit more linen scrap, so we can upgrade our workbench. And you just require a ton of leather. Wait, what was the last leather? 30. Okay, so we're going to get bug leather. So let's stack what we got here. And stack what we got there. We can go ahead and pop you up and bring you down. Okay. Yeah, still surprised that white clay can make the bricks. I haven't seen anything else white clay can do. Like, I wanted to make the plaster, but white clay apparently doesn't count as clay for the purposes of making that. Let's go ahead and try and put some of this cobblestone to use. Because we want to add more to our place. So, if we make ash logs... So, ash can actually make a couple different pieces of furniture. Got a couple different styles. Yeah, so the ash is showing me hardwood kind of stuff. The oak should also be hardwood kind of stuff. Yeah, that's not surprising. And then the maple we already know has that style there. That's fine. We can go to you. You're out of fuel. We got plenty of maple nearby, so let's just huck the maple in there. There's the maple. And just keep on processing. Oh, actually, we got charcoal. Use that instead. Alright. So we've got like this start of this building here. I'm probably just gonna need to make more boxes. And we've got you. Drop some sticks off there. The rest can be fine for now. We can go over here real quick. That's not the right bench. I'm looking for this one. Great thing. Is Solar Run? Yep. I'm playing on my own at the moment. Alright, so we can potentially make much better tools. So for the iron tools, I need light leather. Which I should have in here somewhere. Oh no, the light leather is probably still being produced. Alright. So, we can make our iron tools. Let's make our shovel. Make our pickaxe. Make our hatchet. And that's all our light leather gone. So with that, I'm going to chuck all of these in here. We could just scooch all these down over. So we got the ingots, we got all that stuff, we got the life stuff. Yeah, no, it's pretty rare that I end up playing multiplayer. It's not never, but it's pretty rare. So chuck you down there. We can put the blue moss up here. We can chuck you in there real quick. Chuck the hides in there. Yep. No, just clarifying. It wasn't like trying to correct or whatever. Alright, so we are missing... Yeah, so the ones we're missing is the ones that require the higher level anvil. You can add rail carts and railroad tracks and all that to move around more. We can make those weapons on it. Let's not worry about that. Let's go over here to the actual blacksmith. So for you, I need light leather, which we already used for all the art stuff. Imagine that'll be true of all of them. Yeah, so they all require light leather. That's fine, so I end up needing to kill more critters. Okay. Okay. This is more survival game or RPG? I would put in basically wherever you put Minecraft, I'd put like that exact same vein. The combat's a bit more fleshed out and everything, but like it's not like Vintage Story where it's got a lot more focus on the survival aspect. I also wouldn't say they have particularly RPG elements in it that are worth meaning. It's a lot more like vaguely survival crafter, but like little s survival, not big S survival. Like you don't have a hunger gauge that's slowly going down before you starve to death or anything like that. Okay, so we're now looking at making the next room of our place. We've got like this whole marble entrance kind of thing that's a little over the top, but you know, as you do. Let's see how the ash floors look. So you can have the spiral pattern there. We can have like smaller planks or bigger planks. Otherwise we can have like the leaf flower patterned trim. We're gonna do that because it is one of those things that we did find that we can switch between those anytime we like. Okay, so you ran out of fuel. There's your maple, get back to work. Alright, so this is like a big entryway we've got here. And the next area is just going to be kind of a common space type deal. I wish so much that... Yeah, that works. I'm really hoping we can, like, have logs, or, like, have a light source that we can find that we can, like, attach to our character. So, like, where I have the offhand thing like that. Because I'd really like to be able to see. And I know the answer is going to be to set up a bunch of lights around the whole area, which is fine. I just need to actually do it. I'm gonna have to make more torches. So for torches, I need tree sap and fiber. Let's see here. Fiber, tree sap. Okay, tree sap and fiber back out of my inventory. Shift stuff around again. Okay, that'll do for right now. Okay, so we got that. We can switch what those boxes are now. So I could choose to make them plank walls, or the walls of the trim. I think for right now, the plank walls would be the better one for the short term. Okay, was that all the ash? Alright. I'll probably get more so you can make some windows and all that, so that's oak. But here's a question. So that does give me the exact same outcome. So that's an interesting thing to know. some windows here. Okay, we can grab you now. Because the next challenge after that is how I'm doing the roof. Because so the roof worked really well on the other part of it. I mean, it'll probably work okay. We just need to expand the roof over this way. And this is going to be a common space here. So the next thing I want to do here, though... I'll have to figure out the stairs situation. Okay, let's grab you, switch you from like the more ornate stuff to... Alright. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll start with that. Oh, right. The shovel, like, obliterates everything around. That's fine. Okay. It's fine. Okay, so with this, let's go ahead and clean up around here a little bit. Because this will be our crafting area down below. Okay. So obviously I'm going to want to clean up a lot of this. So we put our walls to be like aligned with the existing walls kind of thing. Okay, so that's too far. Deal with that for a minute, and now I just need to clean out this space. Okay. So that's that wall, that's that wall. That should be this wall. Is this the back wall here? Nope. Okay, so that's the back wall back there. Alright. I'm looking forward to any kind of better heat source, or not heat source, light source. Alright. So now we've got an underground space that's going to be like our little crafting area or whatever. And do you need all this stuff? Absolutely not. But you know, it's nice to like dress up the place a little bit. Let's see. That's probably enough. Make it low enough to matter. I will want to dig the floor out though. So I can replace the floor with something other than dirt. Lies, we need all of it. I stand corrected. Alright. Cool. So we've got all this cleaned up. So now we need to decide what our cellar floor is going to look like. And our cellar floor, I'm going to use the cobblestone to get rid of some of the cobblestone. So we've got the basalt. The basalt is kind of a blacker material. And we've got the actual stone. And the stone is lighter gray. So I could see they're making one, probably either between the floor or the other, like one or the other would be the dark material. I do have plenty of basalt as well. Probably enough for what we're looking at right now. Let's also check. There's nothing to do with this, the dirt, right? Yeah, not yet. The dirt, we have things we can do, just not in that very instance. Alright. Give me a stack of the sticks back, drop you off. Okay. So, again, we gotta make our decision. So I can make the basalt flooring where it's framed out might look pretty good as opposed to just straight up brick. And then we could probably make the cobblestone walls. We could probably make those just straight up block wall. So let's go here. We're just gonna say bam, craft the whole stack. And then you bam, craft the whole stack. We'll start with that and see where that gets us. Oh, I forgot I left the hole in the ground. You know what? It's fine. It's under the ground. If we can't see it, that's actually a pretty cool floor. If we can't see it, it's not real. Cool. So we've got that set up. We can drop you off. Where's the blocks? There we go. Do the corners first. It is definitely a room I could see expanding on to give me more space for... That's not what I want. Give me more space for crafting. Because needless to say, I have made it fairly claustrophobic down here. Okay. So we've got a fairly cozy crafting area down there. So let's start getting this junk that's piled up out here. Get that moved around. For the time being, drop all the cobblestone stuff in here. I did see with the hardwood planks, we're going to want to put the bottom of the stairs in. There we go. Nice prison area for crafting thing. I mean, I've played games like RimWorld before, where you have the whole setup where you lock someone in the basement and that's their existence from now on. They're just going to be there for the express purpose of making whatever it is you need them to be making for the rest of their days. Okay, we can drop you off, cook you. Alright. So we're still going to need to find softwood. That's going to be one thing we got to work on. And thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's start getting some of these crafting benches and putting them elsewhere. Here, you can have your charcoal back. Let's grab that one. We can grab the armor, because thematically that feels like it goes right with the other one. And we can grab the smithy, same deal. We could definitely, like, rearrange this to not just be a box down here. Alright, so we got, like, a little smithy area down there. So let's see what else we've got. The bed is obviously not going to be left there. So, I can grab the workbench. And that's going to go up here, I think. I got the builder's workbench right now. Chuck that down here for the moment. Furniture bench. Can always expand upper beds and all that. Yeah, no, that's the whole idea, is we're just going to expand a bunch. There's the furniture bench. This whole place will end up growing, I'm sure. The chef stove definitely feels like it goes on the upper level. Farmer's workbench. The farmer's workbench now, it definitely feels like it should be outside. Maybe we'll make like a little wood like awning kind of thing and put that under there. And then same with the tanning bench. The tanning bench definitely feels like you'd put like a little covered area or whatever, but it'd be an outside thing. The next things would be potentially going and getting yourself storage and all that stuff. Alright. Let's move you. Actually, that's fine. Let's see what kind of cool doors we can come up with. Let's see here. Grab the brick, grab these. We're gonna need to move crafting stuff around. Let's grab some wood while we're up here of some kind. Grab you. Actually, we can grab you as well. The chalk. We do have the marble pillars. We'll see if we can do anything with that. We got hardwood stairs we can put to use. We grab you. Oh, there's more iron in here. Okay. Is there more copper in here as well? Oh, that's hardwood. Okay. Don't we get the poor dude living in the cave below you? Look, we'll kill him later. Like, that's not what I meant. You know what you meant. So let's see, builders. So we do the birch. If we make a door, I think it's just a regular crude door, so that's not amazing. If we do the stone, no kind of doors or anything like that. We can make the stone benches. I am going to craft 2 of those. Cool. Moved our bed. Just the marble entryway into a wood building is certainly a design choice. Right. So, fancy stone here. Gives me basically the same results. Fancy wood. I can make simple wooden doors. Not really what we're looking for. Regular old brick. No good. I mean, they can be simple wooden doors. I think that's fine. Let's go ahead and make the simple wooden doors. We can grab you. Okay. That way you don't see the marble flooring through it. Is cooking causing chaos in the cave? It happens. Alright, so what's going to end up happening here is I'm going to sink this down one tile, and this is going to be our storage room. So it's nice and right next to where we were already setting up our crafting space. And then below this, we're going to have the actual mine entryway to dig down and get ores and all that kind of stuff. Go one tile deeper in all directions. Okay. And I'd be curious, like really curious to see how the actually making the underground mine and all that's gonna work. Okay, so that's one tile. For what we want to do, I need to go down a second tile. Now, when designed in such a way, I can just keep expanding. Are you liking Hytale? You're about diving as well? I'm enjoying it so far. It's definitely got, like, the animations for a lot of things are a lot cleaner and all that. The combat's a lot better. The movement feels a lot better than, you know, comparing against, like, Minecraft and all that. The progression path is a bit different. It does a lot more of, like, the, you know, variety of crafting benches kind of method that you see in a lot of games. As opposed to, you know, some of the other games with, Sorry, I'm splitting my attention. As opposed to a lot of other games that's just, you know, using the grid and you just kind of plunk the right materials in place and you're good. So it definitely has its things that it does to kind of mix up things. None of it is like, oh my god, it's like nothing ever seen or anything like that significantly different. I'm gonna go ahead and do a little cheeky, and we'll just hide those under there for that. Then we can put the wood stairs in for this area. Actually, we can go ahead and... I am gonna have to dig up a tile here to give the roof. So an evolution more than a revolution? Yeah, I would say like... I would say when you're looking at this game, you're going to draw a lot of comparisons to Minecraft for a whole range of reasons, beyond just the aesthetic. Like, ultimately, the progression so far is like, you make tool to make the next tool to make the next tool. Like, none of that's changed, which that's fine. That's a perfectly viable model. It's been used for years in a lot of games. But like, you know, it solidly does what you expect it to do in that regard. While, you know, being unique and different its own way. Alright, let's try this again. So we can switch you to that one. There we go. Alright, so now what I want to do is I want to make the boxes. So you can start moving stuff down into the storage room. And that'll mostly hide that back wall. So now I want to do here. Instead of having raw cobblestone, we'll do the brick. Sucks to be you, tree. Alright, let's go ahead and, I'm sure I have a piece of dirt. Just, poke that hole real quick. That's kind of a cool thing where you just accidentally dig underneath the tree and the whole tree just kind of like vacuums down into the hole. The tree had it coming? Yeah, they get you. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we will line this with the brick as well. Yeah, so I actually have some brick left. Okay, which way is the river? I mean, both ways. Okay, and this will be the mine entrance, I think. We can grab you and switch you over to being the brick. I do like where the crafting recipes, if they're pretty much the same, they don't have like an additional cost. You can just kind of go with it. Okay, so we got all that. Do we want to do the hardwood ceiling? Probably not. I don't probably have enough wood there. There's probably a waste of the... So that's birch. Oh, aspen. Oh, hey, let's see if aspen's a softwood. I think aspen might be a softwood in real life. It's not up here anymore. What bench was that even I was doing? Was it you? No. It's none of you. Right, it was the farming one. Right. Aspen does count. Okay, let's go grab the rest of the stuff to upgrade that. So there's life, that, and upgrade. Alright, so this requires light wood trunks, carrots, greater essence of life, and all that. But the important reason why I wanted that to get done is now we can start abusing the farming. Because what I can do is I can take the corn here, I can turn that corn into life aspects, which gives me, or essence of life, or whatever they call them. And we can use that to do a bunch of stuff. So now you have this kind of back and forth where you use the essence of life to get the seeds to plant the crops and all that kind of garbage. And then you can turn the crops back into life essence and kind of ping-pong back and forth to, like, get a lot more. Yes, that requires more of an upgrade. Okay, so we need carrots, corn, and greater life aspects. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if we find sunflowers, I can make more sunflower stuff. Do I have sunflowers in here? I probably do. Wait, what? Did I not grab them? There we go. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I got more sunflowers, so I can't turn the extra sunflowers into other stuff. We can apparently make a bunch of fancy planters and all that, which will be kind of cool. And with Essence of Life, we can eventually make a beehive. So I'm honestly curious, with these stone planters and all that, I'm willing to bet, like, if you put them together, it won't stay as, like, grids, it'll probably become a larger planter. So you can probably make a pretty cool set. Well, maybe not with that style. We can probably see all that stuff. But what I care about with that... getting crops all up and going. Oh, I accidentally made 10 of the sunflowers. That's fine. 2, 3, 4, 5. So the curiosity is, if I plant this here, will you also be watered? It's not looking like it. So it does look like I need to have the water directly next to it, or I will have to water it manually. That's okay. We'll plan for this one here. Not the shovel, not there. Alright, water, you just do your thing, I guess. Wait, what am I picking up? Dry mud. Okay. So what I could go ahead and do is I'm going to probably need a bucket. One did get watered two-way, it looked like. One did. You are correct. Only one for some reason. And the reason I'm not using the shovel is it hits like a 3x3 space, and it probably just destroyed my seeds. Alright, so let's go over here. Where was the shovel we saw? That's fine. We can make real basic copper armor. Real basic copper... Wait, what? Oh, so you're a mace. Real basic copper weapons. What I'm trying to remember is somewhere around here I had the recipe for a bucket. And I would like to make said bucket. Was it this as well? It probably was this as well. That's interesting. It seems like there's a cave underneath the river. All right. Let's see. So water you place flows, but pre-existing water does not. Yeah, that I found weird. Oh, no, don't do that. I remember having to do this kind of thing in a lot of these kind of games as well. Where, like, if you take it from the water, you just, like, make a pocket in the water. But if you grab it from below the water, since it's fully surrounded by water, it kind of, like, recreates the water source block. And even if it doesn't, you'll never know unless we get, like, a weird tile that fills in. But yeah, all the voxel games, just by the nature of how voxel works, the water ends up being utterly cursed. It's hard to make water behave right when it's a big box. Okay, so plan is just making myself a little farm spot here. What I'll probably do is expand the farm over where the river is now. And gradually make that work. I do like that I can tell which blocks I've done. Just by, if you notice, there's no grass here. Now there is, so I know I've done that one. So this tile I haven't done. Okay. Yeah, arrow is also a block. Yep. So what we're going to do here... make our next farm area. Okay. Now we can grab the sunflowers. Alright. But now you see the plan there is that we can just kind of make a shelf across the river kind of deal. Alright, so let's go here. And the interesting thing is I was able to grow more sunflowers. I don't know what I'm going to do with those. I instinctively, like, want to Oh, that does work. Never mind. I was about to say, I instinctively want to crouch and put the bucket down using control. It just works. It's just a thing in the game. Cool. Let's go ahead and make the thing here. This one I can't, though. Which is interesting. Alright, meanwhile, we can drop off that stuff. Alright, so I got a lot of boxes and stuff to go there. Wouldn't it be easier to maneuver through your farm if there are piers in the river? Yeah, but I mean, I already had the one set up. You're not wrong, though. Like, and it could easily make these ones go a long way and those ones go horizontally just to have a variety. Can you make any kind of hook or rack for tools? Not that I've seen, but I've also not been super looking for them, so who knows? Right, so if we want the iron hammer and all that, I need more light leather. If we want some actual lanterns, I need candles and tree sap. And for candles, I just need tree sap. That's easy enough. I have plenty of that. So let's go start replacing our torches with lanterns. So give me that tree sap. That was this bench? No, that's the one down below. Okay. So craft a candle. Alright. So I got our different types of lanterns and all that. Alright. So I got some lanterns. Interestingly enough, Well, I can use a torch as a light source. I may not use the lantern. There we go. Ah, I can hang it from the ceiling or the floor, but not the walls. So for more of that, I need more wood. We can quick stack that away. Quick stack this away. Quick stack that away. Okay, so let's go in here because we had, wasn't the workbench that I needed to? So I needed the linen scraps. I should have 20 linen scraps by now. Nope, I have 16. Oh, we got the marble pillars. We can drop those off. Get a bunch of random blocks. So we can do here. Oh, and I've got iron. Let's pop on down here. We can go to you. Drop a stack of this. Make a stack of those. Right, and then we had you. And drop the stack of iron in there and turn that back on. Actually, here, we'll just put that down there. So I do need a couple more basalt bricks, which is fine. Now, I could put the stone on the ceiling as well. I don't think I'm going to. Let's start chucking all of the random blocks in that chest. That's our random blocks I don't know what to do with box. Okay, so I'll chuck all that in that box. Because I'm sure we'll end up doing a lot of stuff with a lot of this stuff. And I know the columns are kind of gray area on that one. Sort items by type, cool. Alright, so let's get back up here and see what's the next thing we can sort out a little bit. We've got old tools and all that. So this one's probably the easiest one to grab. That one's not too bad to grab either. You can take that downstairs. Alright, we needed just like whatever wood for some of our stuff there. Let's grab some of these random extra bits. For the time being, I'm going to consider like constructed windows and all that as boxes. This will be like plant stuff. Sorry. The stuff related to plant and farm and all that. I'll chuck that in there because I don't really want to carry it with me. Let's see here. We'll take those roof pieces up top to start working and getting them on the roof. So that'll be something we can do with that. Because I am going to want to change up our roof design here. Couldn't see what it's doing. Okay. Oh, and we're not ready for the flat part of the roof, so we'll just drop that down here. So it does mean I'll end up needing more marble, but that's fine. I'm not going to go out of my way for that right now. Meanwhile... almost enough inventory space for everything. Chuck all the plant stuff in here. That's not plants. I'll put the essence voids in there as honorary plants. I'll put bones in there as well. Okay, the rubble, though, doesn't make sense. We'll put the rubble in with the blocks. It's basically a block. We can put the berries and that in here. Let's see. Do you want a plant-specific chest for farm items? It'd be nice to have that kind of thing later. I'm not in a rush for it right now. Generally speaking, I do like when you have, like, you know, bags for your inventory that are larger but specialized. I find those generally to be pretty nice mechanics. Okay. So it only works if we have a floor there. That's fine. Because this area is going to get expanded a bunch. Let's grab the tools we're not using anymore. There we go. Alright, so I have a mana flask, which implies there is magic we can use. I haven't seen it, but it does imply it. For right now, we're going to put all our leather and iron and all that in here, because we do drop some materials when we die. So I want to avoid that. Okay. So. The big thing from here now is we want some ore and all that. And my intent is for this to be where we go down into the mine. Is the yellow bar a mana bar? It's a stamina bar. Is there lava in the game? Yes, we have seen lava. And for right now, we aren't going to worry about making this fancy. It'll go down one more tile, which will hit iron immediately. We will have the dirt here. We got 2 stair pieces there. We got a torch here, a torch there, or a lantern there, a lantern here, and a lantern in this room. Alright, so I got what lanterns I have available here. For other lanterns, I believe I was short on wood. Which I probably have some spare... No, I don't, because I only have the azure logs. Alright, so let's go chop down a tree. Get some wood. Stamina doesn't go down from chopping? No, I haven't noticed it doing stuff. In most of these kind of games, stamina just goes down from running and from... like, running, blocking, stuff like that. It's almost exclusively, like, a combat/travel concern. Alright. Let's look into what it's going to cost us for a repair kit, by the way. I know it was an iron ingot, I just don't remember what else it was. Okay, so we got the oak tree all chopped down. Alright. We're definitely going to have issues where I'm going to have to go through and, like, fill in all the holes I'm making everywhere. This almost reminds me of going to, like, Rome and Florence, where, like, you go to the front of it, and it's, you know, green and red marble, and it's super nice, and you just kind of peek around the back. And it wouldn't be, like, wood, it'd be, you know, stone or sandstone or whatever. But it makes you think of that, like, the front is just this, like, super nice, bougie kind of stuff, and then you're like, oh, wait. The rest of this back here is kind of whatever. Not in a bad way or anything. It's just, you know, you're having an ancient thing to, like, literally the term ancient place, versus, you know, a place that's, you know, like Renaissance era. So I forgot what I was even needing the wood for. Right, so I know I needed the wood for... the people in Florence hate tourism. To be fair, tourism can be very infuriating for most people involved. Like, you can like having it support your economy, but also being like, you know what, this sucks. Both can be true at the same time. Hey, Dread, how's it going? Because there's definitely a lot of people in Florida, like Central Florida, who are like, the tourists are the worst. Also, you know, don't F with the tourists, we need them. Okay, so that was it for the tree sap. So I can put you away. Put you over here. Well, actually, don't put you over there. Because we're going to go over here, drop you in, and say, hey, simple ladder. But yeah, so we have a lot of that kind of thing in Florida, just again. People don't want to deal with the tourists and all that, but also, like, our entire economy depends on the tourists, so, like... But no, really, please show up. Okay, so we've got all that. Oh, we can grab 2 of the marble columns and put, the lanterns on top. Okay. Cool. At least decently lit up now. Alright, is there anything else that... I made way more ladders than I probably should have. All right, and so what we're gonna do here is we are digging a hole. And this is because my suspicion is that the best door is the deepest, because that's what almost every one of these games has done since the dawn of these games. Let's get you out of the way. You here. Oh, I forgot to make the repair kit. We should do that. Let's quickly make the repair kit. But yeah, so the idea here is we're just gonna dig down there. We'll make it nicer later. Right, so the repair kit. What bench are you on? Repair kit, repair kit, repair kit. Okay, so repair kit is 1 light leather, 2 linen strips, and an iron ingot. Alright. So, an iron ingot. I don't have light leather. And then we have the scrap here. I've got 16. So I'm going to need to find some innocent animal to stab the crap out of. The top of that tree is glowing. Oh, that is like a lion. Okay, hang on. Wait a second. I just need a little bit more space. Okay. That is not what I was expecting to encounter immediately. I did not realize I was in a an ecosystem where being mauled by a lion was a credible concern. But you know, here we are. What are you? A science. Okay, it's very greedy from a stamina standpoint, but the charged stab. Okay, that's medium leather. Okay, that seems to work relatively well. Okay, abusing the, Hey, it's Timon! How you doing? How you doing? You're so cute. I pet you so nicely. That didn't give me leather. The hell? Okay. Alright, well, we can't... Oh, wait, there's more than one. Alright, hang on. Still only medium leather. It's okay. We can't leave Simba and Nala without Timon around. That's just mean. They'll take care of it. Alright, so that stab is very abusable. Yeah. No light leather? What type of block are you? Sandstone cobble. Okay, so that's sandstone. Alright. Why are you not fighting back? It makes me feel like way guiltier of a party. Alright. Well, I found my cheesy way of fighting. We did get the light leather we need, but I need a decent amount of it. Now, the one big downside with that lunge thing is it takes about a third of my stamina bar. Where's Puma? Oh, well, I mean, look, Puma's always going to get eaten. Puma's really not that bright being in that situation, hanging out with an entire pride of lions. Quite literally food. It's interesting that this is darker than the rest. This is dirt. Okay. It's worth checking. Yes, that's all sandstone there, which is pretty cool. Oh, there we go. There. Got Puma too. Yeah, so the sandstone, the red sandstone and all that, really looks like planks and all that to me. So I do keep thinking I found something, and it's just that. What are you? Are you just a giant wasp? Oh, it's... Okay. Sturdy, chitin. Okay, so the boosted version of that's a shotgun thing. What am I standing in right now? Is this tar? Hive soil. Okay, so we've got bones. We've got heights. Hey, small parrot. It's all squelchy. Where are you going? Okay. More sturdy chitin. We need to go back to eating things. So, I did see that chitin is a material we can make armor out of. So now we know where we actually get that from. And the enemies here vaguely suck. Oh, I don't want to deal with you. So I don't think I have the arrows. Ow. I don't think I have the arrows to deal with you. Stop making the pain come out of my body. Oh, we are taking a lot of damage. Okay. Note to self. The wasps are a bad time. Where are we relative to home? Okay, so home is this way? Yeah. I'm curious about you. Oh, that just gave me sticks. That's underwhelming. I was hoping to get, like... palm tree stuff or whatever. Oh, I have it on the compass up there which way home is. Alright. Oh, we found poop. Good for us. What material are you? Are you just sand? Red sand. What? Why am I poisoned? What? Oh, you're still chasing me? Come on. With everything going on, I thought I had long since ditched him. Oh, we are dying so fast. That poison sucks. I'm under attack by a cactus and wasps and everything. Well, we do not mess with those wasps unless we're packing. What now? Oh, it's just a chicken. Okay, and this is the chalk. Correct? Yeah, it's chalk. You can have it back. Okay, those are the orcs I need to tinker with at some point. Right now, though, we could use more marble. I believe we're gonna go buy the marble. We got the light leather we were after so we could repair our pickaxe. That's one of the reasons why we went that whole big journey. So that'll be interesting to see what I can do with the chitin, though. We did get 2 pieces of the heavy chitin. Among a bunch of other stuff. Bunch of basalt, you know. That's fine. We'll get plenty of basalt. This, I believe, is marble here. It's fine. We'll just move on. Okay. Yeah, because we've been mining up those marble areas to build our base. And the only thing I need for right now is our roof is marble to keep the design consistent. So even though, like, the different parts of the house are having a little bit of a different aesthetic to it from, like, the front facade to the rest, I do feel like I want to keep the roof the same. So let's go down here. We can make the angled roof. That'll be on you. Cool. We can go here, stack you. You have red sand, sandstone cobble, hive soil. Actually, let's grab those back. Did any of those light up here? So the sandstone, oh, that's actually a pretty cool thing. The ornate design there is pretty slick. Oh, and look at the wind temple window. Okay. All right, I see you. Yeah, so we can make some pretty cool designs with the sandstone. Sadly, I only have 1 block, so it's not happening. And that was for that. We also had bone. Oh, so I can use the builder's workbench to make iron chain, a stack of iron ingots, and all of that. We can make cyan crystal into a couple things. Okay, bone is a material we can use for that stuff. Decorations and the like. Okay, so for right now, put that in there. We will put cyan down here, since I don't know what it's actually used for. Chuck the bone in there, the plants in there, the mushrooms in here. Actually, we could just quick stack. That's an azure cap mushroom. So let's put that in there. We got some pork chops and all that to sell. We've got the peppers and other mushrooms. Let's get the bones out of here. This is more mushrooms. Alright, we'll get that out of here. Sturdy chitin. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. People were joking about that earlier. Made the avatar to look like the what's the word I'm looking for? Making the avatar in the game look like the character we have for the channel and all that. Okay, so we got all this. Now I should be able to go here. And we can start by going, hey, all of you are becoming life stuff. And you're becoming life stuff. Alright, and so now we're going to need to go over here. Craft 10 of you. And we will craft 10 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It also looks like you. Yeah, no, it's not the intention. I mentioned this a couple times that the avatar from it and all that was from when I did GTRP. So like with the character we've got there, it's similar enough because like it's got facial hair and brown hair, that kind of thing. The same colors or whatever. Versus like the character when you see it when I did like the GTRP thing. You know, is a pretty different style on that one. Alright, so we've got the light hide I need. And then we got the medium hide. Where did I see the chitin? Was that on the armor bench? Okay. Where did I see the chitin? Let's check the weapon bench. Yeah, because it had the sturdy chitin, and there was something we would craft with it. And I'm blanking on what it was. Let's go upstairs to the crafting bench up here. It's not the crude weapons. Yeah, none of those. The alchemist bench is getting pretty close if we get that upgrade. Actually, you could probably do the upgrade. So 20, and 20, or sorry, 30, 20, 20. All right. So we can go back here. Grab you two. Grab you two. Grab you. Is GTRP a GTA 5 RP server? GTRP is basically what you just say when you are playing RP in GTA. Oh, right, we're waiting on the light leather. Meanwhile, I can upgrade you to get ourselves the next higher tier workbench. Essence of Fire. So that will let me get up to Cobalt. We can get Thorium and Cobalt. But we can't do Adamantite and all that. This also opens up my ability to do the Alchemist's workbench. We don't have any gold ingots. But when we do that, if we get more linen scraps, we can get that. So we're just basically waiting on this out here to finish drying. Love to see it. Is it over here maybe that we had the chitin? I don't remember. It's fine. Yeah, no, I did that a while back. Okay. So with that, I need to make my repair thing. Gonna make some spares, because I'm sure I'm gonna use them. Alright, we only use those on iron or better tools. Anything below iron does not get to be repaired. Okay. We got that sorted. We'll drop the poop off. Auto stack that. Alright, give me the wood out of there. We can drop these plants in here. We can drop the wood in here. And for right now, we'll drop the bones in here as well, because I don't know where else to put them. Drop you off in there. Got the medium leather. I don't have any of the leather in here, so medium leather is going in there. Okay, and we've got meat to put on the Barbie and all that. No problem. Always happy to answer where I can. Okay, so we got that. And next up, we made more parts for a roof, so let's continue putting a roof on our home. Okay, so we can... tweak your position. Yep, and slowly but surely we'll get that all sorted out. Not a priority. Okay. So that's all fine. You'll need more fuel. Okay, so back to what we were working on. Oh, I still have the spices I don't know what to do with here. You can just live in this box right now. Alright, so back to what we were doing is I had started going down here. We should probably drop off the chitin down here. And the rest of that fabric. Yeah, we started down here and then I realized I hadn't actually fixed my pickaxe. We'll also want to put the torches here. And back to seeking out thorium and adamantite and yada yada. You get the idea. And step one of that is I am digging down. I'm pretty much going to dig down until we run into something that makes that a problem. Whether it's we hit lava, we hit bedrock, we just have a big gaping cave that I got to figure out how to navigate. We'll deal with that. But we're kind of doing the classic Terraria elevator strategy. Big dig tunnel straight down until we reach where we're going. Okay, we've gotten to basalt. There's some iron. This is actually a decent vein. Almost all the stuff we've seen so far has been like 2-3 blocks. That's the first one I've seen. It's like, oh no, you've actually got a bunch there. Let's go ahead and grab the cobblestone and fill that in, so I don't end up with like weird enemy spawns or something get me killed out of that. That was a very short basalt pocket. Imagine there are actually consequences leaving thing. Yeah, where it just like rot stuff. Yeah, because Valheim, what is it? It makes the maintenance get worse. Like the if you don't have a roof on it, it does gradual damage to your stuff. If you have fires, they won't light up, that kind of thing. Also, vintage story, where if you're just trying to sleep outside, you'll end up slowly getting, like, hypothermia. I imagine for the leather stuff, they talked about being able to take care of animals. I imagine you could just get an animal that'd be your source of leather. So you can just, like, keep them in a pen, breed them kind of thing. I'm assuming that's functional if the fact that they have, like, luring stuff and all that. Alright, we got some more iron here. We'll go down 1 tick. All right. But yeah, there's been a couple of games that have been pretty good about that. I do like that we have, like, within the genre a bunch of different slices. So like you can, you know, if you want something way more on just like the straight up whimsical, you can just, you know, the Minecraft is right there. If you want something that's got a little bit more focus on the combat, you got this game that Hytale's doing pretty solid in that, right? You want something that like the survival genuinely is like involved and all that, more in depth, more complicated, that whole bit. You got Vintage Story. Because there's definitely genres where, and this one does have it happen. Okay, that's ominous. Because there's definitely genres out there. There's definitely genres out there that, like, they kind of have what they do. Now one just repeats it. Are you a creature? I don't have arrows. The fact that we've got like the you know, we've entered a boss fight like choir going. Okay. Taking a little bit of a risk in how I'm approaching this. Why do you keep positioning there? Stop it. Oh, there's like an invisible box in front of me. There's a weird invisible, unpassable, too tall box here. Okay, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, no, looking down, like, this one makes sense. But it's here. Like, you can see the outline of it right here. See, like, I'm physically standing on it. Alright, so we'll carve around it so we can actually see this thing. Because my plan is I'm gonna make this go the whole way down. Like I was doing. But I am going to open up a door down here. Or have a door down here that we can open up to get to this place. Volcanic cobble. Alright. So this seems like a good place for the door. Let's actually go down one more tile. And then this will be the position for the door. Yeah, no, I was trying to hit where it was marking, just in the case it could correct it. So the question here is, are you making noises? Okay. Is just walking that's hurting me, or was it the bush? Okay, so it was the bush. So note to self, touching the bush, big owie. And sadly, I'm out of arrows. Because that to me looks like a boss fight is what that looks like. You got a giant open area with a thing directly in the middle of it that looks like it 100% is going to wake up and start murdering my face. What was the glowy stuff? It's plants. I don't get material from it. That's a tree? Okay, that was... Be very careful about what tools you're holding when you click and hold. Yeah, no, I think you're right, that's a tree. Or not tree, a, Get wrecked, nerd. All right. Yeah, it's just iron. I don't want to go dipping my toes in lava for iron. Yeah, it looks like it's just all iron right there. Hmm. Need a brighter light than I've got. These little torches are pretty worthless. Yeah, so... Big scary frog thing? Oh, there's more of them! And, oh god, they can pull you back. Okay, I've learned something. You can't run from those. They just yoink you right back to them. I cut around the corner, I heard the one behind me, not the one that I had been kiting around, but another one. Okay, so we dropped the stuff. It is recoverable. Yeah, no, that's what I was worried about. What I'll probably end up doing is like one of the tricks like, Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, you suck so much. Okay, we need to have a bow to do that. I went to jump and he just yoinked me out of the air and pulled me right into the lava. Yep. Okay, so the lesson has been learned to maybe not mess with that right away. Let's see if we can't get some arrows. So any rubble and sticks, I should have those in bulk. And then we can hop down there and just fill them with arrows and do this a lot safer. The sticks are in this box. There's some rubble. Let's pop up here, make a bunch of arrows. It's this bench, right? Well, my hope is I wasn't actually looking to kill them. I was hoping to get my stuff. But when I saw there was 3, I'm like, I don't even know how to deal with this. Because one of the catches is we drop some of our stuff. That's not the actual bad part of it. All right. Oh, did when I jump in, do they follow me into the lava? Okay, well at least that makes me feel a little bit better, so that we all died as one big group. Also, I wanted to test... I think it's just one of those frogs again. Or not. Okay, it's just gonna keep aggroing and de-aggroing because it can't reach me. So that's interesting. Ooh, you dropped something. Probably jump that. Okay, so what do we get? We got a scrap mace, which is a two-handed weapon. Alright. Well, for right now, you can just stay right there. Well, look, game. All right, let's adjust a couple things. So you go up here, spare blocks that go there. Put you there, that there. All right. We do have another repair kit. And then we want those cobbles back. It's not really what I was hoping for. Okay. That, or on the other side there, looks like it might be the red ore that we were looking for, which is a couple tiers higher than we're looking at, but I sure as heck am not going to complain if I get to skip a couple tiers. It'll probably be something like I can't craft it because I don't have a high enough level bench. You get the idea. That is a weirdly ominous, completely perfect wall. I'm a little suspicious of that wall over there being perfectly flat. Okay. We got some more cobble. Okay, I'm gonna make a way out here as well. Same basic idea. Just give myself a little area. Are these walls procedural? I would assume so. Kind of a surprise that they weren't. Okay, so let's just put a little nick in the floor here. And clear a little bit, so move around here if I need to. Is that just more coal or iron? Okay, so far that's just more iron. It's a little bit of a letdown. Oh, there's one of those golem things right there. Alright, this is a bad idea. But this wall here... This is weird. I'm suspicious of this wall here. I'm trying to stand back because I have a pretty sneaking suspicion we could very easily just be digging directly into lava. Alright, nope, that's fine by me. Okay, is this the volcanic? Okay, that's the regular cobble. I'm also curious if when we get this up here, this volcanic stone will be useful for anything. Not lava, it's forbidden jam. It's just a little too spicy for most people. Alright. Earth Sriracha. Exactly, the Scoville scale is just a tad high on it. I did mention the other day, so like, most stuff I found that's like actual Carolina Reaper stuff, I can't stand. I find Carolina Reaper so far as the flavor to be pretty awful. Like the spice, you know, a lot of times it's stuff that's just stupid hot. But there's a lot of stuff where, you know, people who aren't really into spicy but want to think they're into spicy kind of thing, where you've got the whole, like, you know, stuff that it's like, this is made with, you know, Carolina Reapers, and just genuinely doesn't have, like, anything going for it. We had the local pizza place here started making their, like, I can't remember what they called it. It's like their fiery menu or whatever it was. And with the fiery menu, it was all like Carolina Reaper stuff and all that. And it was definitely one of those ones I kind of sat there, I was like, whatever. But then, you know, I looked at it, I was like, okay, well, it's Carolina Reaper, it's also like habanero and, you know, a whole bunch of other stuff. I was like, okay, well, I actually really like the flavor of habanero. And I gave it a try, and it was honestly pretty mild on the spicy thing. So I'm sure technically there was Carolina Reaper in there, but like, it was either like barely present at all or something. Because like, it's not one of those things people be like, oh, look how tough it is. Like, oh no, this just, like, this is spicy in name only. Versus, you know, like you go to a Thai place and you go, hey, you know, I want it Thai hot. Like, I don't I don't want it like Americanized Thai food. I want it proper Thai food. Like, I want to lament my decisions, you know, in about 20 minutes from now. But have a really good time up until that point. Yeah, no, exactly. I used to joke with people that spicy is the consequence of flavor. Hytale, yeah, it's a game that came out very recently, early access. It's not on Steam yet. Because it's early access, they kind of want to wait until it's, like, more along before they go and, release it on Steam. It is supposed to come to Steam, though. Alright, I was expecting to probably see something like the thorium or whatever by now. I'm okay with it taking us a little while to find this. I think it's a good idea. I would generally, for like the rare materials, have to put some effort in to locate it. That's actually one of my complaints I had with Minecraft, is like you could start a round of Minecraft, and like once you knew what you were doing, you could have yourself up to like diamond pickaxes pretty quickly. Let's see, like you used to put a teaspoon of crushed pepper and a bowl of chili mac and cheese. Yeah. Alright, so time to do another repair. And the good news, we also got plenty of basalt for continuing to do our flooring in, to continue doing our flooring in, our house and all that, the storage room. I do want to make an additional room in our house for, like, putting the bed and all that stuff, any like silly little cosmetics like the dresser and all that we would want to do. You know, kind of make the space a little bit nicer. Because with a game like this, it's definitely doing the creative side of it is definitely one of the big draws. From their statement on the website, they might never go on Steam. Steam is a great platform marketing tool, but one we might never use. Ah, I understand. I was under the impression that they were kind of waiting. All right, we got different type of stone down there. Let's see. Good news, they made netherite way harder to find some updates ago. That statement's from December 3rd. Gotcha. Okay, that must be bedrock, or whatever their equivalent is. Because this does not seem to be responding in any way to me hitting it with stuff. So the downside is I have not really seen much in ore down here. Part of it is, well, it's not even responding. It could be harder. We haven't seen how it handles stuff that we can't mine through. Alright. What about a shovel? I mean, we could try. It'd be weird for that to matter. Nah, shovel didn't get any reaction. That said, actually, to your point... Okay, I was curious if I shoveled the other tile. I've seen that kind of thing before where they'll be like, oh, this block can't be broken, and it doesn't actually have much health. But you just can't, like, target or whatever. But if you had something AoE, you can break it anyways. Terraria had some of that kind of stuff. Alright. So one nice thing is we did find a decent amount of iron. I was kind of expecting to find literally any of the other materials. Now what it could be is maybe stuff like thorium. Maybe I don't get that by mining. It could be entirely possible that the source of thorium is something like those golems or whatever. Okay. So for right now, I'm just doing that. You think you're about to find lava? We might be. So you see the little sparkle things there? We've had those the entire time we've gone to the volcanic layer. So those aren't an indicator of me hitting lava. But I keep expecting... There's a reason I'm standing like a tile or two back. That way, if I do puncture into lava, I can just back off real fast. And I'm just gonna go till the pickaxe breaks or inventory is full. Pickaxe breaks will be first. And then once we do that, I might try and take a shot at one of those golems, like, actually, because it's, it seems like they've done the thing where if you go where the enemy just doesn't know how to navigate to you, if it can return to where it spawns, then it just, you don't get to keep, like, they'll back off and you won't get to finish the job. There's only so much abuse you can do with pathing and kiting on. Alright. So with that said, we got all that sorted. Alright. Oh wow, yeah, that's not that much deeper from this spot. Okay. Let's not do that one. Let's do the one that's one higher. Because the one that's one higher looks like I could probably abuse it a lot easier. Oh, that's bad. That's fine. That's not fine. Well, I fell down the elevator. Let's go get her stuff. All right. Yeah, that's what my intention is going to be, is to put like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks of water down there, so you can do the classic where you jump down into the pool of safety water. What I wanted to do is hop back over where it really couldn't path me. Oh, hey, you're still injured. Oh, cool. I got you stuck in the terrain by suiciding on accident. Alright. Iron ingot. Essence of fire. Interesting that it's just more iron. I need more torches before I can explore much farther. Okay, well, let's take our stuff back up. Yeah, because the reason I made this size is that way it can drop down the whole way. Now, it could be that the lava block melts water, or after a certain depth it melts water, because like they did that in Terraria, is once you got under a certain height, the water would just evaporate. So you could sit there and do a couple things to get around. Terraria, you could get stuff like wings and that, which disabled fall damage. Now, downside is that did damage a bunch of my equipment. So far, the only thing broken is the pickaxe, which you put to use. So the curiosity there is we didn't see thorium or any of those materials. So you become that stuff. Okay, we got volcanic rock. So volcanic rock has a lot of the same designs as the basalt, which I think is fine. We also have the basalt itself, and the basalt. Right, so basalt we want to make the smooth brick, because that's what my floors in the other room are made out of. We can drop off all your stuff and the volcanic brick. Get you in here. Got that done for now. And I grossly overestimated how much I was going to need in regards to other stuff. Let's see. We do have tons of iron, but how do we make the other stuff? The energy once given to the dreams of the crucibles and artisans. Yeah, so let's see what this says. Thorium ingot. While Farrans do not themselves make use of this metal, they keep a vigilant watch over its deposits in the sun-scorched desert and the arid badlands. Should their age-old enemies rise once more, the reserves would be their best first start harvest. Okay, so basically what we're learning is where we went before, where I got murdered the crap out of by bugs. We're going there. That's where I gotta find the next ore. We can go ahead and take the crude daggers, and for right now, chuck them here. We've got the essence of fire, we'll put that down there. We've got stone rubble, which we can put in here. I'll put the rope here because I don't know where else to put it right now. We got food to eat. I made way too many ladders. So these 2 stacks of ladders can go here. Let's just stack the ladders there, that's fine. We got the arrows, we got all that. We need more ore to run that. Or charcoal or whatever. We need to cut down a tree is what we need. What is that symbol in the top left? Okay. Cool. So we can go here. And for upgrading, I need 1 greater essence and some light wood trunks. So a greater essence cost me a bunch of life essence. So let's go see if I got a bunch of life essence in here. And I believe birch counted as a life wood. There we go. Didn't I have some birch in here? Do not anymore. Okay. Let's make a greater life essence. Alright, so I just need 10 light wood. And there's a birch tree right here. Okay, and I believe that's what I... Oh, that was... Wait, that was aspen? Alright, I believe aspen is a softwood. Okay. Yeah, some of these trees are hard to distinguish right now. I'm sure as I play, I'll learn them a bit better. So then does that mean you're birch or aspen? I'm guessing aspen? No, you're birch. Okay. So like I said, the birch I'm pretty sure is a light wood, so I should be able to upgrade our farm setup again. And then we're gonna have to go and figure out that bug area. Alright, so you are upgraded. So now we're going to need cauliflower and turnips, and then hardwood trunks. So we can turn the corn into life essence. So that's cool. We're going to want to go to our seed packs of the turnips. We've got that. Okay. So I'll take a couple of rounds of that stuff to get all done. Cool. And we can drop off the birch and the aspen for now. We'll use something like maple that I get tons of for the actual firewood situation. I say as I look at this inventory and go, where the hell am I putting everything? Let's grab those out again. I'll put the wood in here for now. And we can put the ladders in here for the time being. And the sticks as well. Get all that sorted. We could drop you in here for right now. Let's see, there's something else that's going to do while I was here. I believe, actually, that's what I need for better equipment again. Let's see. So, we did find ourselves... So that's only an uncommon. We did actually find ourselves a mace that's kind of in the same category as the uncommon ones. It's a scrap mace, but it's got it's like +8 signature. They don't give me any stats of like what the damage is or anything like that. What do you think so far about Hytale? It's pretty good so far. Still trying to like figure out some of the progression kind of stuff and all that. At the moment we can make the better bow with light leather. That would be good. We can also make an iron crossbow. But that's light leather, and I don't have light leather right now. So that's all good. Let's check on the armor. What am I missing to actually make armor? It's also light leather. Everything's light leather. It's either light leather or thorium. I gotta get one or the other. Okay. Right. We're gonna need more light leather in general. And the reason we need it in general is for repairing things. We did get more medium leather. So, we did find out that we can go to the bug area and supposedly find the thorium deposits there. I'm very curious how that's going to work. I assume I still need to dig down into the hive, which sounds terrible. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this area here and that area there was the hive. Yeah, so specifically, that's probably where we want to go. This way. Can I delete the places I've died? It wouldn't be so bad, but whoa, wait, did you say? Oh, that's the air temple or whatever. So I need to be going south. Alright. So I really liked the dagger's lunge. There was some weird lag happening with that. Yeah, definitely want to get the daggers again. The good news is he's confused where he's being attacked from. Alright. I thought the lag was on your end? Yeah, no, it's like, I'm not... I mean, I don't know if it's all those things that, like, even playing solo, it takes you online or not. I don't think it is. I'd be kind of annoyed if it was. But, you know, it's like weirdly just this hang that we had. Alright. Yeah, so the problem is when we got over here is everything was poisoning me and awful. Hey, squirrel. Aw, I pet it too hard. Hate it when I do that. It does connect to servers. Yeah, that part's fine. Like, if they do, like, a verification or whatever. Oh, like, every 5 minutes? That's pretty obnoxious. And if it fails, it kicks you? Yeah, that's something like if it happens to me on stream, I'd probably just play something else. I am not a fan of, like, the constant, you know, are you valid? Are you valid? Okay. Yeah, let's just give sticks. Yeah, so I think we need to go to that, like, abyss over there. Yeah, I haven't experienced anything like that myself. But yeah, that's... if it is that kind of a system... not a fan of those systems. Well, that's embarrassing. Dirty chitin. Oh. I saw this area being goopy and I was like, okay. I really don't want to go down to the abyss. Red clay. Red clay I needed for stuff. I gotta make more torches. Don't murder me. Ow. You all weren't here a minute ago. Go away. Luckily we didn't get poisoned. Oh right, and this is another temple over here, that's right. Ow. Tree. So, what I need to do is did we get any light leather? No, we got heavy leather. So I need light leather is the problem. So I can repair stuff. Yeah, no, that's a curiosity thing. I haven't heard anyone mention that, but yeah, no, I'm definitely one of those ones that, like, if I'm playing a game and I just get, you know, like, again, single-player game, and you get disconnected for just a second, it's like, nope, you're done. We'll see. If it ends up happening, it ends up happening. We'll, like I said, would probably end up bouncing. Yeah, because I don't a second of being like, okay, do you have a license? Like, when you go to boot up the game, like, once in a while, like, you know, once a week or whatever. And I get it, they're worried about software piracy and all that. But it's also one of those things like, come on, really? Let's see. Oh, the word X on page Y of the manual and spin the wheel theorem. Those are fun. Oh, I remember those days. What is word 5 paragraph 2 on page 36 in the manual, where they have like the paper rings, you'd spin the rings. You know, find the correct symbol. Yeah, the game is supported as offline play. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I wasn't just like immediately like, okay, well, if that's a deal breaker. Because you'll hear a lot of stuff, but yeah. Because I hadn't heard anything mentioned by that, and the people who mentioned the game to me usually are the kind of people that, when you have those types of systems, get upset about it. You feel like it's DRM that drives people to the piracy? Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree. So the red clay will end up with that, but we saw earlier, it was one of these that we can do, well, that's red clay smooth, as opposed to red clay. And hardwood to make those walls. But that's red clay brick. So I don't actually know how to make red clay smooth. That's cloth. Ah, here we go. Red clay smooth is clay, not red clay. And it relates to the keyboard? Oh, I forgot about the overlays. That's been a while, where you'd put the little thing and it would just go over the keys. That was back before we had ergonomic keyboards and all that, which made that basically undoable. Alright. So, one of the things we could probably do here is drop all this off. I'm a little nonplussed with this weapon. Follow up manual cooking recipes. Nice. I didn't remember that one either, but I believe you. Manuals were like their own thing back then. And also, can we get a shout out for Belinar? Absolutely another fantastic content creator on the platform. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team. Likely also be playing some of the games like this. I don't know if you've played this or plan to play this specific game, but it does seem like the kind of game you would potentially check out. Hey. You made me knock my light down. It's uncalled for behavior. You're definitely planning, but you might wait a bit. Gotcha. So far, it's been pretty good, for what it's worth. Alright, so generally speaking, I've actually been pretty unimpressed with the hammer. It does hit pretty hard, but like the utility function kind of side of the knives has been much better for me. So let's go ahead and I gotta go find something with light leather to go murder. And because it's dark, I don't want to deal with it right now. Because like I can't hold out my torch and fight at the same time. So it's kind of teaching me to be like, oh, well, I just won't do that right now. Let's go ahead and move our bed. And then we'll go through that wall. You want to try the sword and see how that works? Yeah. Well, I mean, if you can do sword and board, I assume you can do sword and shield. It makes sense to me for that to be a thing. Let's drop the candle. Sorry. Let's drop the candle somewhere just to get out of my inventory. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I would definitely want a light I could just carry. Even if I have to give up a hand and do less damage or whatever. That part's fine. I'm down with it having a decision around, like, you know, there's a pro and a con with it. That part's okay. So I definitely gonna need hardwood. Yoink the root system out of this. Okay. Let's see. Periodic authentication offline do not sound compatible. Unless the period is 1 month. Well, that's what I was going to say is if they have like the periodic authentication and, you know, supposedly has offline play, because like for me offline play means you do not have internet play. Like, it's a separate thing if the game would, you know, while you are online, does a periodic call to authenticate, and then if it fails, I don't even think when a game fails like that, it should immediately punch you out of the game. It should just kind of pause and attempt to re-authenticate. But if it fails as in, like, there's a difference. If it fails because it times out or it can't get the connection, it should stay online. You know, or sorry, it shouldn't kick you out of the game. Let's see, if the launcher isn't running and you're disconnected from the internet, you won't be able to launch the game in offline mode. Because the initial sign-in is required, you are basically locked to the game until the internet connection is available. So you can't start your game if you unexpectedly have no internet. That sucks. I do greatly dislike how often that is a thing. There's been at least a few big games the last few years. Oh, I mean, there's been plenty of games that DRM has made it worse. Yeah, no, there's definitely been a lot of games that's been a, that's been true. Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's early access and all that. I do think that would be my first bit of feedback I'd give them, is being like, hey, if you're going to offer offline play, it needs to actually be offline play. It can't be offline asterisks once you've got, like, your connection there. Like I'm totally fine with, like, the first time you play, you gotta have an internet connection to authenticate to the server. I'm even okay if, like, once a month or whatever, it's gotta, you know, phone home once in a long while. Those are fine. That's a reasonable compromise. But if it is the thing that's like, no, your offline play requires you to be online, you kind of just go, okay, so we got more maple. I need to actually not have maple. What I need is to go find an oak tree or one of the other ones. The game's been pretty good so far. Yeah, no, the DRM thing came up just in the last couple of minutes. Because, you know, up until then, like, there was no awareness that it was like, to me at least, I didn't even bother looking at it. I just assumed a game like this, when it came to DRM situations, you know, it'd be a pretty nothing burger. You know, some initial check-in on the launcher and that'd be the end of it. Crap. Still, I'm enjoying it. All that stuff. How does it compare to Vintage Story? About how Minecraft compares to Vintage Story. You're technically in the same genre, but your games are nothing alike. It's way more Minecraft than Vintage Story. Broadly speaking, though, it versus Minecraft, the movement and the combat is a lot more polished than Minecraft is. We're still figuring out, like, what depth and all it has. Like, I'm still kind of learning that. I will say one complaint I have, we can't really tell one tree from another. Like, maple and oak look extremely similar to me. Birch and ash look extremely similar to me, to the point that I'm as much wrong as right whenever I guess which type of tree I'm cutting down. So I do hope they, like, maybe do something to make the textures stand out more. Like, have the colors be more noticeably different, or, you know, some stuff there. I haven't really noticed much on the leaves. The stuff is not as graphically detailed as it is in Vintage Story, so I don't really have the ability to show, like, a maple leaf having, you know, the 5-point, and the oak leaf being a little bit different, and yada yada. So I would like, especially if they're going to have, you know, some crafting where it's like, this crafting requires a hardwood, this crafting requires a lightwood, this crafting requires a softwood. Oh, any game that, like, releases and then adds microtransactions, that is, like, unless it's something disclosed right at the beginning, like, you can see the microtransactions, their prices, and everything before you, you kind of buy into it. That I can be more okay with. Right, I get what you're saying, Cookie, about in real life, some of them are very hard to tell apart. You are not incorrect. But also on top, you know, Also on that end, it's pretty annoying when you're playing a game and you're like, what is this? I don't know. Is this what I need? I don't know. I'll leave the rest of the oak in here, I think. Got to make more boxes. I wonder if I can make that into the roof. I can, but not the roof I'm looking for. What floor did I make this up here? Oh, I made it this wood floor. Okay, that's fine. All right, we'll just start with this. Okay, so first plan is I am going through here. We are expanding this space. All right. Yeah, no, I'm very spoiled by Vintage Story. Vintage Story has a mechanic where you put your mouse over an item and you just hit a key, and it brings up what's effectively an in-game wiki, and is like, okay, you know, this item has, you know, these are the recipes you can do with it. And it doesn't reveal everything to you because you need the item or whatever to like just figure, like, you know, to figure out. It's like Oxygen Not Included. People who haven't played Vintage Story but have played Oxygen Not Included. Same idea as Oxygen Not Included. Where it's like, oh, this material, you can, like, turn this into refined metal. Or, like, whatever in question. Let's see, what is it used for? That kind of thing? Oh, that's just it's like a convenience thing, where you find, like, what do I use heavy leather? I don't know. So you'd hit the button, and it would be like, oh, okay, I use that for heavy leather. Or like heavy leather, I use that for making these tools or making these things. Versus right now as a player, I've got heavy leather, and I kind of go, you know, I don't know. If you haven't played Oxygen Not Included, what you're doing through life? I mean, to be fair, as much as a fan of I am of Oxygen Not Included, I also know there's a number of people who are just like, not really into the like colony sim thing. You know, that's totally fair and valid. Okay. So I brought this up here, but let's inch it back one tile. It's not obstructing those windows. We'll go 2 tiles. Let's make it not rectangular, so we can add some decorations to it and all that. We'll have it just creep into this to make it align with this side. Let's see. Yeah, the inclusion of an in-game manual for Minecraft console release for every player is are great. You learn Minecraft before the proper forum and Mojang page. Yeah, Minecraft's not too bad with the depth. The thing is, like a game with Vintage Story, with just how ridiculous their in-depth crafting goes. Without that wiki inside, it would just be open up the like online wiki or whatever, forum or whatever, the whole time you're playing. And I've played a number of games that's a necessity. And eventually, over the years, I got to the point I'm like, I don't mind if your game's super complicated. I'm actually here for it. But, like, if you're going to be that level of complexity, you know, you gotta have a discovery route in your game. Right, no, exactly. If you don't like it, you can just not use it. That's always the thing when I see people get really, really crabby about being like, oh, baby game for babies. It's like, you can just not use it, man. It's like the number of times that over the years people are like, I turned on all the accessibility settings and then my game was easy. It's like, well, right. Even people with accessibility needs probably aren't turning on all of them. They're probably turning on whichever ones they actually need. And all that. And does it make it a little bit easier? Sure. Of course. Like, that, you're literally doing stuff like turning on aim assist or whatever. Of course it makes the game easier. But, like, the alternative is that person doesn't get to play the game at all. Because, you know, there's accessibility problems that are hard to overcome. Let's see, oh my god, this racing game does the driving for you. Has all the assistants on and AI at manual. Yeah. No, we've seen those. And thank you, Near to Well, for the raid. I don't know why the alert didn't pop. I had a file thing before stream, and I thought I got it all resolved. It might be related to that. But I'll have to... Oh, you know what? I bet you it is file system. I bet you all my stuff that plays sounds through Firebot and everything, I bet you all of it's broken. It's an easy fix off stream, but it's one of those things that I gotta make a change to just like, the file's located over here, to a whole bunch of different things. I had software update right before stream, and it broke a bunch of stuff. I didn't want it to update. I went to open it, it's like, this is now updating. It's like, oh. Oh, that's bad. The raid toast popped. Did it show the graphic on the screen? That's the graphic and the sound is what I'm thinking. Like if we were playing something like RimWorld where there's downtime, I would be able to like sneaky fix it while everything else is going on. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. You had broken audio thing yesterday. No audio's coming through. 4 computer restarts fixed it. No other changes. It did the graphic? Gotcha. Okay, so that should be an easy fix. I should just have to go on to Firebot and sort that out. It's weird that the graphic worked, but their stuff didn't. I need to make more boxes. Boom. You wanna shout that? Little harsh. Okay, good. Chuck that wood in there. Grab the wood out of here. Toss you over here. Put the brick back in here. Auto stack that. Put you in there. Drop you all in there. Okay. I need the light leather. Because the light leather I can repair my pickaxe. What am I doing? It's light outside. Now is when exactly I should be going after the light leather. I'm sitting here just like working on my base because I started that because like, oh, it's dark. I should work on my base while I can't see enough to hunt things reasonably. And then just got into like building mode. And then just didn't get back to the hunting or anything like that. So we're looking for pretty much any adorable little animal that we can stab in the face. So this pig, Wait, wait, there's more family members that are alive. Where did you go? There we go. Can't leave witnesses. Alright, so that gave me a unit of light leather, which is at least... Yeah, so it just started stabbing. Yep, so what we can do now is I can go to the rack here, and that's the light leather going. And once that's done, I can make a repair kit and repair my pickaxe. Alright. So, we can make saplings with all that. Oh, that's a problem. Okay. So, we need to... Oh, no, we get Essence of Life back. Right. That's fine. So you need a bunch of these. Because we're just working on upgrading our farming stuff. So I can plant more and more. So far, I haven't seen really a reason to plant one veggie over the other. Beyond, like, just the upgrade the next thing. Okay, so with that, I should be able to grab an iron ingot and repair our pickaxe. Two linen scraps. Okay. Okay, pickaxe is all repaired. We have a bunch of this to go through. You are full? Okay. That's not part of the plan. You're not supposed to be full. Let's see here. You're a tool. Let's get you out of there. You're a material that I don't know what you use for, so you're out of there. We can put this material in here. Put you in there for right now. I've also reached the point where plant fiber is full here as well. I don't know what the coral's used for, so I'll do this. So I'm gonna end up having to move a lot of stuff around. That's all fine. Okay. So now I can break through this wall super easy to expand our storage room. Okay. If they don't bring up the topic again, just would like to read about it. Let's see. Can you link the source to that? Oh, yeah. I would be curious about that as well. Like, obviously, like, the link on... It wouldn't go through the stream, so that's probably one of those ones to, DM people who want it. Alright, so we're just pulling up all this block. They're doing this because I want to expand that. Yeah, I haven't been able to put them on the wall, but I also haven't tried too much. Oh, there we go. Okay, I tried that earlier, and I guess it just must have Oh, I put it. I may have because I tried to put a dirt wall. I can also just apparently stack them right on top of each other. Okay, well that's good to know. In that case, you go here. Where is there's that. Get all you placed. Grab this brick. Alright, and we can drop you in here. Okay. And I'll end up moving those around as we need to as well. So we can make, like, lumberjack chests and all that. I don't know why... Like, it doesn't give me any information on this, like, why I would want to make these over the years. It could be just an aesthetic thing. It could be it has more inventory space. That is one thing I am finding that's not great, is a lot of these, you know, some of them might have different stats or anything, but the game doesn't share that with you. Because it's also something they do with the weapons, where it's like, they give you the vague weapon category benefits, and then, like, if it's common or uncommon, but they don't tell you what that means from a practical standpoint. Like, what does that actually do? Alright, well, while we're here, my bow is about to break. So I'm gonna need more light leather for another bow. I guess let's keep quarrying where we were quarrying before. And this will be for our roof. Yeah, no, it's a thing I don't agree with. It is a, there's just a lot of developers who are, like, super paranoid about software piracy. And sometimes they kind of just lose sight of the fact it's like, okay, how many people do you think are actually going to pirate your game who were going to be customers? For some, it's like, oh, but it's not right that someone can play my game for free without paying for it, yada yada. We see that also in more than game dev as well. Like, you know, when you're talking about various benefits we provide society, like unemployment and all that kind of stuff, you have the exact same things. Like, oh no, we need to verify this, like, every time. Like, there's even check-ins, like, with disability that you have to, like, go talk to a person to verify once again that you're still disabled and all that, you know, so you can get your disability benefits and whatever. And it's just one of those things that you're like, okay, but, you know, I'm willing to bet the person who has no legs didn't just magically sprout a pair, so it's very demeaning to make them go in to be like, yep, still don't have legs, and that kind of stuff. But all those things get put into place because, heaven forbid, someone scams the system or whatever. And I find there are developers who have fallen that same kind of trap, where they're just absolutely like, oh no, I gotta make sure people don't pirate my game. When in a lot of cases, it's been kind of proven time and time again that ultimately gaming piracy, like software piracy, like, tends to actually benefit your sales more than hurt it. Because people who have the money are going to probably just buy the game. Pirating the game in a lot of cases is more of a pain in the butt than it is just buy the game. And then on top of that, there's a lot of cases as well that your efforts to prevent the piracy make your game objectively worse for your paying customers. It creates more hassles and all that. So all in all, it ends up being a thing that in a lot of cases ends up being just bad all around for everyone to try and prevent it. Something that is disputed whether or not it's actually a problem, or it's actually bad for you as a company. But, you know, there are people who the thought of someone, you know, not paying for it or whatever, you know, and, you know, quote unquote stealing whatever, that is to them like worse than, you know, potentially pissing off their customers. Yeah, my only problem with like the preview, because I'm actually using the rotate button for the thing to preview it, is it's probably just because I'm using Dvorak. Well, the game does support Dvorak. The button that's assigned to this is way the heck on the right side of my on my keyboard. So it is the thing I have to like completely move my hand, like lift it off and completely relocate my hand just to rotate, which is not convenient when I move and have that on the same thing. That's fine. We'll be dealing with that in a moment. So I'm going to need to fill in that wall. All right. Popping down here because I think I had a spare few roof tiles. All right. Probably that many. Entry bind it? Yeah, no, like I said, it's probably something I just need to do. But, you know, I don't yet know all the controls I'm going to need. Like what they're all used for. Let's see, was it not the case for Silksong that hackers told the community not to pirate the game? Yeah, I mean, you have that, where you'll have people who stand out who are like, hey, like, in the community, like, these are good people, like, please don't steal their game. Like, you do have that kind of thing. But, broadly speaking, we've also had developers that said, hey, if you're gonna gray market a key, like, we'd rather you just pirate it. You also have developers like, we would prefer you buy the game, but, like, you know, you do what you gotta do. Like, there's a lot of people that have far more, like, not as hard of stances about piracy and all that. Like I said, there's definitely people who, when it comes to, like, that kind of stuff, like the software piracy thing, that they're practically, like, scorched earth on it, that, you know, they'd rather their game burn than people steal it. I'm not saying it to that extreme, really, but it is a thing that you'll have people who are so focused on trying to prevent piracy that they don't think about the implications of what they're actually setting up to prevent it, and the implications there. Because that's, we've had a lot of, like, the big name companies, like Ubisoft and them over the years, who have done some stuff that have been pretty awful from the experience of the people playing the game, so far as just, you know, temporary disconnection, the whole thing kicks you off, all that stuff. Like, they're the companies that a lot of this stuff came from. Alright. So we still got that entrance. I honestly feel like you could probably find better blocks for the walls here, but that's alright. So the other thing we needed there, so I've got the roof tiles. Obviously, I'm going to be putting more roof on the new area we're building now. We'll deal with that, so put that away. We started putting the wood over here, so let's put that where it needs to go. You know why some of those companies were worried about making a good product pricing reasonably? Yeah, well, I mean, the preventing piracy and, you know, making a good product, those aren't usually the mutually exclusive thing. It's usually when it comes down to stuff like microtransaction nonsense, that's when you start getting into the part where you're like, okay, but you're genuinely making your product objectively worse and you're nickel and diming your customers. A lot of times it's they put the piracy stuff without fully realizing how it's going to impact the things in the end. Like, you don't think about the fact, like, yeah, the internet goes offline. It's just a thing that happens. Wonder how this will look. Sure, why not? And stuff like that, or like that your servers might get compromised, that you're gonna have to update it, and it's gonna impact your customers, and yada yada. Yep, nope. I'd agree that they're more concerned about the piracy than their customers. They don't consider the implications of the DRM and how it impacts their paying customers. Other like this, they think about it's like, oh well, X number of people stole our game. We need to address that. How can we address it? Okay, do that. And it's not always that they don't consider it all. There's definitely some consideration. It's just it depends on who's calling the shots and all that. Because even a lot of times that people get really mad at the devs, and a lot of times the devs are actually rooting for you to try and get things the way you should have it. But it's, you know, someone in the higher up in the company or investors or someone who's got enough sway higher up the process, like, this is a priority, and kind of go thing. They also made Diablo a mobile game. Yeah, to be fair, from a business standpoint, like, those mobile games are way, way more economical and everything. Like, they do make a hell of a lot of money on those kind of things. So, being as much as it is fun to meme, like, there is a business reason why you make those decisions. It's, you know, a frustrating thing for someone who likes those games and all that, and, you know, wants the next iteration or whatever, and they're just making mobile stuff. Like, I'm not saying don't be frustrated and angry about it. Like, that's definitely an argument to say they missed the market on that one. What was the other plant? It was the turnips, that's right. Right, and I needed hardwood, so oak. I used it all. Alright, so I gotta go out for more oak. Yeah, like, definitely, like, the response when it was not well received was very tone-deaf. The whole, don't you have phones? So what sets this game apart from Minecraft? You heard people mention the game as the first time seeing it. So one thing is the combat is a lot more going on for it. So let me go ahead. I think that's a bear over there. Alright, that's fine. We'll go over there. So, like, the combat is way more fluid and all that. The mobility is way more fluid. Alright. I'm just abusing the special on the daggers. And then I didn't get a chance to charge it up, but there's a special attack that each weapon has. Let me see if I can't find something to, like, give, like, one thwack in the head. So, like, we can go over here. So yeah, so you get the idea. There's, like, the movement's a bit more fluid. There's, like, parkour, so even though that's, like, 3 blocks tall, I can climb over it. So you got a lot more mobility than Minecraft does. The combat's a lot better fleshed out. The crafting, it's not vintage story in depth. Like you're not like chipping away at that. But you got like, you know, you got a tanning rack that we tan the hides on. You know, we got all this stuff for processing our crops and all that. So there is definitely more depth to a lot of this stuff. Again, nowhere near what you see for like vintage story or something like that. Oh, I need a second greater life essence. Right, because we were out there looking for an oak tree. So I know Hydroneer is fun. First time playing. Oh yeah, no, Hydroneer is excellent. We nearly 100% of the game. Like we did a full playthrough. I just didn't want to 100% it. I really, my one complaint is I can't tell these trees apart. Like, are you oak or are you maple? You're maple. I don't need maple. You're almost certainly maple. Yep. You are oak. Nope, that's not our maple. Are you oak? Okay, you are oak. So there is definitely a texture difference between the two, but it's just pretty hard to notice. You can also repair your tools in this one by just like making a repair kit. Generally speaking, because the repair kit requires 1 iron ingot, it's not worth doing it to anything that isn't iron or better. Oh yeah, like don't get me wrong, they failed the marketing. Like I think Diablo releasing, I don't even remember what the mobile one was. I think that wasn't even a problem. Like them releasing it wasn't even a problem. I think them hyping it up and not considering what audience they were announcing it to, that was definitely a marketing faux pas. That also very well could have made the messaging better. Where like even if it was they were going to announce it there, they could have certainly come around being like, hey, we know you're all excited for the next PC release, like, you know, that might be coming, like that's coming soon, yada yada. In the meantime, we have this mobile version. It would have been a lot better received. But literally they were like doing all the teaser marketing, all that kind of stuff about, hey, check it out, the next Diablo's coming. Oh, look. Here's this, like, teaser. Ah, you got, like, that graphic and all that. By the way, it's a mobile game. They definitely tripped all over themselves on the marketing side of things. That they did not handle that well. And then the person being, like, in the moment, don't you have phones? I don't know if that guy thought, like, he had come up with this, like, really clever thing. It's like, oh, I'm gonna do it. There's gonna be a big chuckle and people will move past it and all that stuff. And just, like... It's like you definitely really should have reconsidered how you were dealing with that. Let's just grab all the plants we have here and see if any of those can be processed into life essence. And no one on stage saw a lead balloon? Yeah, but that's again, you're comparing like the people who are in charge of the marketing side of things versus the people who are in charge of that. By all means, people will be like, oh, they don't even play games. It's like, no, they probably do. Just not the way, you know, like not the same way that you might be, you know, passionate about whatever the game in question is. A frozen spruce. Okay. Oh. So this actually is good enough to, like, tell me which type of wood it would be, so I could go out of my way to grow the type of wood we're looking for. Ah, so now I would need redwood trunks. We have not seen redwood at all. That's new to us. So I need 30 of you. So let's make 10 of those seeds. 10 of these. 10 of those. And as much of that as you can make. I wish so much that I could just have a light so I could see. Like, I even have it on the thing here. And with certain tools that works. I need to make more places that... I need to have, like, something out here. Is there, like, posts or something I make? We got the marble columns. I could just use the marble columns more. That's fine. Let's go ahead and make, like, grab some of those marble columns we got below. Boom. What was I missing for the lantern? What did I need for... Oh, it was, I need you. I need that. Let's grab our candle. And it was this table? Lantern. I need copper ingots. It's interesting that candles require copper ingots, but I'm honestly okay with it. Candle, lantern, candle, lantern, candle, lantern. Yep, you get the drill. And the only reason I'm trading back and forth is because I do not want to do the math on which one's there. Okay, so with that, we can put the sap back, put the candle back here. Alright, we can grab you, put you down, grab you, put you down. And so now with that, I'll end up wanting to have 2 lanterns in there, so I'll set those aside. You've already got your lanterns in here. I'll kind of go to the diagonals here. Yes, that's one whole tile outside. Oh, that's not where I wanted that. Don't be a big pain. Okay, good. I was worried I was gonna, like, delete the water tile. I was gonna have to, like, move water. Alright. And then I guess we'll put a pair of columns around here. It also bothers me a lot that I cannot put the lantern there. I don't know why it bothers me so much, but it genuinely annoys me that you got like this utility spot and a lantern is not an acceptable thing for the utility spot. It's probably just an oversight to be dealt with, but it is one of those ones you're like, but why? Why can I not use it? Right. So we can go to... Alright, so none of the rest of that can be turned into other stuff. Alright, we were going to plant that. We're planting these because this is how we upgrade our farm stuff. Well, that's weird. It, like... unhoed that field. Oh, you know what? I have a feeling I'm making a real big mistake here. I'm willing to bet it's trying to find places to grow the pumpkins themselves. Well, we're gonna find out. There's one short. Okay, so this is just a stone one. What's the one I can make on here now? We can make the copper one. I can't make the iron one yet, so let's make the copper one. I gotta figure out what to do with the ones that we don't need anymore. Well, and we'll just see what happens with that. Alright, so let's go downstairs. We can drop off the stone hoe because that's not going to be used anymore. I gotta figure out what I'm doing with a lot of this stuff. Right, we can drop off the copper down here. All this produce. Purple petals. What did I do to get the purple petals? Because we saw these flowers, and my assumption was that process the flowers into that. Brown mushroom shelf. Right. And those are things I can make food out of. There's the hardwood. Okay, so what was I missing? Still. Oh, right, we were making that. Yeah, so when it's daytime, we're going to take another round at... I can't take another round at it. I need more light leather. because they've already practically worn out my pickaxe again. Because what we're trying to do is... There's supposed to be... I also need to make more torches, which I can't because I made a bunch of lanterns. There's the heavy leather. Let's see here. So what I'm going to need to do is repair this. And I've got everything I need except the light leather. Light leather has been, like, really a problem for me. Let's see here. And I need to figure out what the sturdy chitin was for again. I know I saw it earlier, but then I haven't seen it since. Right, so... We need to get our pickaxe repaired. That's going to be some light leather once I get some stuff killed. Right, I was going to go over here and grab a stack of the oak. And pop over here. Drop you in there. I needed the planks, right? Yes. Let's get a couple of windows. And then the rest will become planks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and planks. Let's see. Can you do animal husbandry? I believe so. I recall seeing that they mentioned something about feeding animals and that kind of stuff. I'm not sure which animals I can reliably get it from. I think it'd be the boars, maybe? Okay, that'll do for the windows. Oh. So what I can do here is I can switch that to that style. And then switch it back. Oh, right. I made it not a box. That's right. Yeah, for those who didn't see, like, I have these two different patterns. Because they have the same material requirements, I can literally just swap between them. And treat them as the same block. You can keep them as separate stacks, too. Which I imagine you do when you're decorating a bunch of stuff. I forgot I made this room not rectangular from the outside. Okay, so we've got all that set up. And right now, this is all spare. All right. We can drop you in here, grab the lantern, put it back up there. So it makes it a little bit more claustrophobic, but I think the wood ceiling looks better than just having a dirt ceiling up there. Alright, so let's see. How are we doing towards daylight? Not close. Let's grab... can you do half blocks? I probably can. And I probably should have. But I also just didn't want to deal with it. So it's marble brick. We don't have a use for that. We got the marble cobble and the roof tiles. So let's see how that goes for right now. Okay. Cool. So we got the first tile there. And we'll worry about getting this all sorted out properly when we're on to the next tile. Yeah, so that's pretty slick right there. I really appreciate that this game does a lot of little clever things like that where it, you know, tries to make it work right. There's a little bit of fighting and finessing with it at times, but it does a pretty solid job. Okay. And this is where things are getting interesting to see how the game handles it. Okay. So, now what I need to do here... That's not quite what I had in mind. There we go. So now I grab the flat pieces and start getting those done. But it's absurd to not offer this through the UI intentionally or unintentionally. But means to make it searchable in plain text config. Yeah, I'm missing. I'm falling behind. Getting into like building mode, just trying to keep it all going. Oh right, you there we go. You're talking about Steam offline mode? Gotcha, yeah. Was the a good merge in these types of games? Yeah. Oh, that one's not right. Yeah, this is actually kind of easier to tell what's happening down here. Like, if you got it right. The problem is I'm kind of hitting the limit on how high I can aim. All right. That's what you meant. Let's see. The big problem with games skipping the final config while installing, they do it as a second short install. Since who would care about sub-megabyte update? Offline players traveling stare. Yeah, well, I mean, that's so much about modern day where it's just assumed that everyone will always have an internet connection all the time, or if not all the time, you know, so reliably that, it's probably fine. It's also the same thing, like, with a lot of stuff where they have, like, 0-day patches and all that. It's the same basic problem that, you know, you just depend on. It's like, yeah, we'll just have internet. You know, who cares if we release it, it's got a bug. We could just 0-day patch it. As long as it's not something that's gonna, like, burn up a computer some, it's fine. You gotta try real hard to do something that does, like, hardware damage. Like, even malware, like, that's aiming to do that usually has to struggle. It usually requires, like, a really bad driver or something like that. Alright, so this will be an interesting looking spot. So we're gonna want the planks there. Or the wood walls or whatever. So there's the hardwood planks. I was worried that was going to look worse than it ended up looking, so that's at least something. Yeah, it's not too terrible. Like, that spot there is a little rough. But we could definitely make it look better by doing, like, kind of an overhead window type thing or something to mix it up a little bit. And then we could also put stuff on the wall to hide it. But that's not awful. Meanwhile, I just remembered that I need to go murder the crap out of some helpless animal to get some light leather so I can repair my pickaxe again here in a minute. So it looks like the sun is still early in the sky. So let's go find some woodland creature that's lifespan's going to be shortened here in just a minute. Day 0 64 gig patch. Oh yeah. Well, and even that's also not considering people on bandwidth limited situation. There's a lot of people who it's like, oh, they've got a data cap of like 20 gigs or whatever. Hey, little bunny. Hey, little bunny. Did you not give me anything? Well, that's just a selfish little bunny. I have a question. Okay. I was curious how high I could jump doing the lunge. To see if I could, like, launch myself just a little bit. Like, would it be viable for me to go after, like, the wasps by jumping at them and then triggering the lunge after that? See, that one gave me light leather. What are you? Hey, you give me medium hide, I'll take it. Hey, Alex, how's it going? We got moss. Sorry about the raid not working, but for those who don't know, Alex, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole range of games. Lately been playing some Vintage Story. Which is a similar game in the genre of this regards. How's Hytale treating you? Pretty good. It's definitely not like Vintage Story hard, but the combat is way better than either Minecraft or Vintage Story in the fact that you've actually got mobility, special attacks. We spent an entire stream digging out and building a cellar, and it's still not done. Yep, that's Vintage Story. Oh, what do we got over here? We got ruins. But yeah, so far, for those who don't know, well, first of all, thank you again for so much of the raid, Italics. I do really appreciate it. Absolutely fantastic content creator. 100% recommend checking out Italics. You will not regret it. I'm not going to be able to jump that. That's way... Actually, let's science. Because I'm curious if I can lunge. So definitely check out Hytale. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Nope. Well, that's weird. I actually chopped off a piece of tree with that. I was curious if I could jump and then lunge. The answer is no. But yeah, so it's got a lot of mobility benefits over Minecraft, so you probably noticed I just jumped up 4 tiles, because you can kind of parkour up the wall. The combat's got a lot more going on for it. So that's good news. Right now, how dangerous are you? I haven't attacked one of you yet. You seem to be running away. Did you? Oh, heavy hides. Cool. But yeah, so definitely got a lot more combat-oriented stuff. I'd say the 2 things this game does much better than, you know, Minecraft and Vintage Story is, 1, the combat and the mobility are both way, way, way better. And it does seem to do better about, like, you've got interesting places to explore. Like, Vintage Story has them, but they're way harder to access, and I would definitely say... I'd definitely say that... I'm abusing these daggers so much. I'd definitely say that, like, with Vintage Story, they're a lot more hit and miss. Hang on, I'm going to eat a little food. Hey, get back here. Oh, they have a plan. They got crossbows. Get back out of here. All right. Okay. You don't understand enemies spawning in this? I haven't had too much problem. It seems to be similar mechanics to, like, Minecraft and them, where, you know, enemy spawns in the dark kind of thing. Okay. So I got another one killed. There's also just some places that just have the enemies already. That is a much nicer bed than mine. And now it is mine. Okay. Silver ore. That's the first time we've seen silver ore. Alright. We've got the wall that's... Okay. So I got the archer over there. There's another chest down here. Oh, that's not the way I wanted to drop in here. Hang on. I will see myself out. Or I'll quickly steal this stuff because there's walls between us. Okay. So the problem with that lunge is it uses a lot of stamina. So I can get like 3 shots of it off. And then I have to like get out of the fight. Okay. But yeah, so it's definitely... You can definitely abuse the daggers a lot. They do have a range of different weapons. Like we used a mace, daggers, sword, stuff like that. So I'm curious what all's in this place. I did not expect you to get over here that fast. And water is not something the AI handles well yet. Okay. Yeah, the game is early access, so it does have some stuff that's missing. Like, we went into one of the temples, and there was just a big sign that said, work in progress. We're like, okay, I guess we're leaving. Okay, so you got that. Would like to get into the main building here. Trying to make sure that... Trying to make sure that Archer was staying out of it. Okay, we gotta wait in the stamina. I got another Archer. Gonna eat a little food so I can heal. Oh. I stayed out of the fight long enough that... I was gonna say, I stayed out of the fight long enough that I lost my, like, charge on the weapon. Because there's a thing where you, like, charge up a special attack. Oh, hey. Don't mind me. Cool. So I got them. But I'm curious about the spawning. Like, if you clear an area, they do seem to come back from what I've seen. I haven't really sat down and checked, like, put a light here, don't have a light there, see, do they spawn in this area, that area. Like, I haven't gone and done much testing and all that. But generally, it does feel like places that are dark or special, the enemies will just spawn. Because I've not had anything like spawn in my building. Grilled fish. Ah, yeah. Grilled fish you pulled out of a box where it's, you know, clearly been completely dilapidated and full of skeletons. Definitely safe. So it looks like this place might just be a place that we get some decent loot. Part of me, these are walls I've been looking at trying to make myself, the patterned ones there. But I haven't really had a chance. I can imagine if you just didn't want to spend the time to get the materials yourself, you could just pop between these places and tear them apart and get their materials. They've got some pretty good ruins for just having a variety of stuff available. Oh, those have loot in them? Well, that changes everything. Oh, you actually have some life. You don't do much damage, luckily. Let's see, have you seen monsters with wider variety of attacks? We have had range attacks, we've had casters that we've run into. We had giant frog things that were in lava that I went to attack and they grabbed me, pulled me into the lava with them. That was pretty awful. Because I was all cheeky because they weren't immune to the lava. I was like, haha, I pulled you into the lava. And then, there's that. Yeah, we got the wasp that sprayed poison at me. Those have been pretty rough. And a hidden box. I'm not too worried about Aspenwood. Yeah, no, the worst one was like, haha, and I jumped past, like, I jumped over the lava, and you just hear, and I just got pulled in the lava. I was like, oh, I see. A copper mace. It's not going to be as good as what I already have, so take the ash log, give me the food. Quartzite, rubble. We've already looted that one. Ooh, whatever you are, you're shiny. Salt. Okay, that's not what I was expecting it to be, but you never know what might be useful. Alright, so I feel like I have pretty heavily ransacked this place. I mean, honestly, the thing I'm most excited here is the light leather. I've been looking for light leather everywhere. I'm just checking to see where else he might have boxes I can break into. Okay, well, with that, home is what direction from here? That way. I will say, when it comes to the water, you do not sink if you don't go out of your way. You hit the water and just stop. Yeah, this is definitely not as complicated as Vintage Story. Like, we did a playthrough of Vintage Story all the way up to steel materials a couple weeks ago. And this is definitely feels like it's a step up from Minecraft, and a step down from Vintage Story in complexity. Aw, look at you cute little animals. I need your leather. It's nothing personal. I need all of your leather. For the record, these are stone daggers, which is part of why they're not doing nearly as much damage. Hey, hey, Azrael, how's it going? Can we get a shout-out for both Treacle and Azrael, by the way? Both fantastic content creators. Treacle does, like, a lot of RimWorld, a lot of stuff like that. Definitely good times over there. Azrael does a lot of simulation stuff. You are a big ol'... Hey, did you kick me? I was not expecting to fight back. But Azrael does, like, a lot of simulation games, that kind of thing. These are stone daggers. This is why we're having to... This is why they're having a slow, painful death. Exactly. I mean, I'm not going to stop doing it, but, like... It's just being a matter of fact. Alright, this is our home so far. It's been a work in progress. So we got our nice little entrance. You know, marble columns and seats you can sit on and all that stuff. This is where we're going to be making, like, into our bedroom or whatever. I've been like, that's the most recent addition that's still in progress. Just a little kitchen space. We got our forge down here and everything. Then there's a storage room, and then there is a mine shaft that goes all the way to the bottom. I have died down there a lot. I have died down there a lot. There are scary things that go bumping the knife down that hole. That bed's no longer needed. I haven't quite figured out what to do with furniture I don't want anymore. In the meantime, so I made the room an odd number, but no matter where I position it, it's not going to center. So I'm going to go and just lean in with that, and we'll put it like that, because that'll be the least cursed thing. Let's grab the lights. Excuse me. Sure, whatever. Oh no, why didn't I place there? So we got iron, silver, and copper ore. I didn't realize someone got us clipped. We were just feeding the bunny. Why was everyone so upset about it? It was just feeding an innocent little bunny an apple, and it was just really bad at eating it. No one could have predicted that outcome. So let's see here. We can put the silver and that in there. Hey, Bolero, how's it going? We can drop. Oh, I literally have so much iron. They're not saying a rusty steel sword. It is a rusty steel sword. That doesn't give me any implication of how good it is. It is one of my complaints, is none of these have like their stats or anything on it, so you just go. Is it better? Ow. Maybe. Let me go find something to hit the beat the crap out of for a while and see how it goes. All right, let's go ahead and put this down. So I thought it's 20 energy, so it's signature energy. So it's not plus 20 energy, it's signature energy. And that's just basically being like, hey, how much do you have to do before you can use your special move? Yeah, so that's kind of my only complaint there is like there isn't really a way to see what's going on. All right, so we still need 15 more of those. So we can go here and say, all right, I would like, if you don't mind, more seeds. And while we're at it, more eggplant seeds. Because this also has the mechanic where you upgrade your benches. So, you know, you'll get, like, your initial bench, and then you get a bunch of ingots and all that, and you use the ingots to then get, like, the next bench. You get the idea. And so the one bench we've been making the most progress on is the farming bench. Because it's genuinely just kind of get the crops, and then some wood. Alright. We got stuff back from that. It's good enough. You've got a bunch of light leather so we can repair our pickaxe, because then we got to go into a bug's nest and live in a nightmare situation. Alright, so grab all of this stuff. I don't think there's anything we can do with the silver right now. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Got a bunch of food here. I need to just grab a bunch of these mushrooms and make more mushroom skewers so my inventory is not overwhelmed. That also means I need the sticks wherever I put them. There you go. Okay, that's the armor. That's also worth looking into. That's our weapons. So one thing I want to do... So I need 3 linen scraps. We can go ahead and replace our low-quality daggers with better ones. So let's go here. So there's the better daggers. We can make the better bow. I'm going to try the sword as well. You really like your energy? Well, thank you. And also check out Treacle. Absolutely fantastic content creator. 100% recommend. Does play a lot of RimWorld and similar games. So if that's your jam, you can find it out there. So I can drop you off here. So what I want to do now, let's just grab a lot of mushrooms. Let's grab a lot of mushrooms. Probably not the fancy looking mushrooms. Let's avoid the glowy mushrooms. Because, I mean, let's just grab all the mushrooms. Because what we can do here is we can use those mushrooms to craft skewers. I also find it amusing in this game that, that, like, very genuinely, you're just like, oh yeah, it's a red mushroom with white dots. Sure, you can cook with that, it's fine. Versus reality where it's like, that is definitely 100% just poison. So we're making a bunch of skewers. Oh, interesting. So the mushrooms also in this game count as vegetables, like in Vintage Story. Oh, so I want you. Leave the stone ones away. We can put those and those away. Let's actually, yeah, so you need light leather for the iron armor. I'm not going to bother with the copper. We're basically at the point of being done with copper, pretty much. So far as armor and all that goes. So I don't kind of want to make it to just immediately get rid of it. We can get out here and grab more light leather. So we upgraded our weapons a lot. Both our bow and the other one. So let's grab you. And then here is some more medium leather. Yeah, so interestingly enough, the armor actually does give me stats. We have the iron shield. So the iron actually does give me information. I wonder if that protects from the poison. Let's start with armor. Did I make a repair kit? We have not. Okay, well I'm glad I noticed that before I put myself back into the situation. Okay. There, I made repair kits, so we should be good for that for a while. Okay, so let's put our stuff away. So there's the iron going away. Auto stack all that. Auto stack all this. Auto stack all this. Drop you in here. Oh, we did find copper gauntlets. So that's cool. So we found the copper gauntlets. That gave us a little bit of defense. We got the iron bow. So let's put this bow... I do not have inventory space for it. Let's put that bow away. Let's start making this a dedicated equipment I'm not using anymore box. Okay. Put the furniture we're not using in there as well. For right now we can put the seed in there. So I got tons of food. I got tons of arrows. I also have an oh, there's the iron short sword. Right. This is gonna throw me for a loop. We'll probably want you in the third position. Used to alter the appearance of structural blocks. I have not used you yet. Oh, okay. That's cool. It's just rotating in between the different eligible tiles. I'm probably almost never going to use that, but, you know, that's cool. We have the copper hoe. That probably doesn't need to be on our bar. And then I've just got tons of food. And a couple of potions and all that. So we don't need to use that. Alright. Please be daytime for a little while longer. It's turning to night. I think we're okay because we're probably going to be going underground. So where we want to go is down here. Because down there is a big disgusting bug nest that I should be able to find thorium in. We haven't found thorium yet in our playthrough, but it did lead us to believe that thorium would be located in a big disgusting bug hole of death and carnage. The stupid leaf covered my screen and I thought I just like walked into a bear or something. Okay, so this is good news. So with the sword, I can hold the torch. Okay. So the daggers do way more damage than the sword. That's good news, which makes sense, because they do require me to use 2 hands versus the sword is 1. So what we need to be wary of is, as we get close to the desert, there's going to be lots of... Alright. There's going to be lots of dangerous things. Honestly, for as dangerous as that is, I would have wanted it to alert me farther away. Okay, well, at that rate... Oh, don't see me. Is that something... Okay, that's not... Alright, we don't want to mess with the wasp if I don't have to. They suck a lot. They poison you and attack you at range. Alright. So my hope is we're going to go into this area. It's going to be like an underground dungeon. There's no wasp over there. It's going to be like an underground dungeon area that we could find thorium in. Because there's like 4 higher levels of stuff I can make that I have not found where I get the materials. There's another wasp there. I did not make more torches. Right, and down here was clay. Have you ever gone or like, I should have made something before I went out here? What do I need for torches? Tree sap and plant fiber. Okay. So let's go over here, and I'm going to need to cut down a couple of trees. Dry log. So I needed tree sap and fiber. So one nice thing is these trees seem to not have super deep roots or anything that I have to like fuss around with. Okay, so get the wood out of here. We can go... And just like that, now I got 32 something things. So that's a bird, that's a wasp over there. Right, so like I said, we want to go into this place. Alright, Luxor, you take it easy. I want the torches so as they move... Ah, bear! Yeah, they definitely... The daggers are definitely the most abusable of the weapon categories, which I do appreciate a lot. And thank you for the gifty sub. I do really appreciate it. And also thank you for the game the other day. I played the one. I was like, oh, maybe let me see how it is for playing on streamer or whatever. And then I may have booted it up and played for several hours. Yeah, I need to go in and figure out what's going on with that. A lot of the alerts are broken today. I'm gonna have to fix them. Alright, and we can go here. Repair a pickaxe. And so what my hope is we can find the thorium underneath where the bugs are at. Because this is the only place I know where the bugs are. And that's what I remember seeing with the thorium. Well, it gets, it's really highly every time I see it on the list. Yeah, no, it's definitely a good one. Yeah, no, I need to deal with it. It broke earlier today. I think I know the problem. It's just the issue is I have to go through the bot and just one by one go to each and every file it has and be like, hey, the file's actually over there now. I think it got its directories messed up. And it didn't come up until like right around the time I started stream. And so it's just kind of one of those things that if it's playing something like RimWorld, it wouldn't be too bad. Like between raids, I could just quickly sneakily go and get it fixed. But there's no, like, I have to make downtime in this game. Hey, thank you, Game Time with Eric, so much for the raid. I do apologize about the raid thing not happening correctly, but I do really appreciate that raid. I hope you had a good time. What were you streaming today and all that stuff? I'm assuming probably Hytale, but, you know, assumptions aren't necessarily safe. So, I was expecting bugs in the awful murder hole, and I've hit nothing. So I might have to go up top and explore more. Loving the game? Awesome. Love to hear it. What block are you? Oh, we're already down to volcanic cobble. Yeah, this doesn't feel right. Let's work our way back up. But yeah, so check out Game Time with Eric if you're looking for Hytale, also playing it over there. Yeah, so we're working on getting our thorium. The prompt said that the bugs protect the thorium, and so we've been trying to go where I know there's bugs. Oh. That was mildly alarming, seeing like 3 pairs of eyes all look my way the moment we got up here. So we found bugs here. I think we also had bugs over in that spot. And over there. So let's set that spot as our next one, and then maybe down there. There's also looks like bug's nest down there, and ooh, actually. That looks like a... Okay, that one's got like a little hole in the middle and everything. It's alright, had to know. So my marker's that way. Let's avoid our wasp friend over there. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to work our way over to this other marker. It's going to be a little bit of a trek, because I'm a little curious. But, oh, that's good stuff. Oh, wait. I don't want to play with the wasps. Yeah, because it alluded to the fact that those wasps protect the thorium. Which is why I came here, but I didn't find anything. The hell are you? Look, I'm busy killing Cthulhu's monster. All right. Yeah, no, the wasps are rough. Like, the wasps are real rough. What am I even hearing? Azure Fern. Okay. But yeah, no, the bees are the worst. Okay, bear with me, chat. I'm gonna have to pause for just a second because I am out of something to drink. And still continuing to do all this stuff, and that's the whole thing. Alright. Yeah, and I've been enjoying the game. Like I said, for the direct comparison to other games in the genre, it has nowhere near the difficulty, complexity, depth, survival, whatever you want to go with, a Vintage Story, which I like Vintage Story. That's probably so far been my favorite in the genre so far. But a pretty unforgiving game. It's definitely, as far as like compared to Minecraft, the combat is way better. And thank you for the Gigantify, getting the really big bee and all that good stuff. So thank you, Randall Thor. Let's see. You were the final straw. You bought Hytale, gosh darn it. Yeah. Yeah, no, like, originally, I was on the fence as well, being like, you know, I'm gonna wait to play it. I'm gonna wait to see what people's reception is. That kind of thing. And very genuinely what happened was I saw Allison and Rhett Naru play, Allison Adventures. And I was like, okay, that looks interesting. And then I caught Drongo playing it way later. I was like, okay, this genuinely just looks good. See, which version did you get? You're sucking for range cosmetics? Oh, I got the very minimum. They do the thing where you can actually upgrade if you want later. So I figured start with the minimum, and if I'm just like, oh, this is amazing, I can always upgrade it. Okay. Calm. Oh, hey. Calm down. I'm trying to just do my thing. So we've got some sort of temple or something over there. Yeah, the quarantine game I requested a key for. I was on the fence about whether or not I was going to play it on the channel. Like, it's an interesting game. My thought was more along the lines of, it's not that we're like nothing but cozy vibes or anything in the channel at all. We played Product Zomboid among many other games. But it was just one of those things like, oh, that game gets pretty heavy. You know, like, for those who don't know Quarantine Zone, the premise of the game is you are at a checkpoint for a quarantine zone during the zombie apocalypse, and you are, like, the inspector who decides who is, you know, is and is not infected. And if someone's infected, let's just say they're not going into the quarantine zone, nor are they going home. Because they're going to be zombie. So it's literally deciding if people live or die. So it can get a little heavy. Why are so many of you injured? I'm okay with it. I just don't understand. Okay. So, yeah, this is the thing I saw on the map. This is way more squelchy than I was expecting. Oh, good. We're getting egg sacs. It's like playing Space Age Factorio all over again and putting the spider eggs in your pocket and being like, hurry, 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 hurry. Trying to run to the next place before they hatch. Yeah, no, that was definitely the thing that, like, at first was like, no, I'm probably not going to play. And then I saw a lot of people play in the quarantine zone. I was like, you know, that actually looks pretty good. But, you know, it's kind of going in the stance of being like, you know what, let me put it up to a vote to the community and all that. Because like I said, it's not that I played nothing but, like, cozy games or anything. But that one's a particularly heavy game. Oh, good. The floor is undulating, too. Oh, I hate that. That's, like, way bigger. Counter argument, with the current stuff going on in this game, maybe the quarantine zone's the cozier game. Instead of digging down into some bug hole. It's cozier than Papers, Please, for obvious reasons. Feeling... Did it die? It's also hard for me to tell where the enemies are down here, because everything is squelching all the time. Alright. So we need to grab you. Fix our pickaxe. I don't know why you're still dying, but I'm okay with it. Okay. Yeah, you do make a lot of different crafting benches. Yes, supposedly we should be able to find thorium down here. I think the bugs are just existing, and I'm in their home. Where did I... Okay, so that's not really ideal. I fell to the floor. Yeah, I fell to the floor there. So we have to find my way up. But let's first light this place up a little bit. It's fine. Pretty sure that's just iron. Okay. Nice little seating area here. And the door I can't open. Alright, so let's see if we can't find our way back up. Because that's just looking like regular tunnels. There's so much ooshing and gooshing going on up there. Okay, what is that? Purple crystal shards. It's not what I was here for, but it is present, so I'm gonna take it. Alright. Okay. So down there doesn't give me anything I want. That scared the crap out of me. I think he just spawned there, and we just happened to be facing, like, each other at the same time. So he hadn't quite aggroed on me yet. Because the game does seem to care about line of sight with the enemies, which is nice, because a lot of these games, they just automatically home into you, that kind of thing. Okay, I guess we're going deeper in the bug hole. Alright. Can you dig under it? I missed context of what the under it was for. Let's see. Is there stuff here? Cobblestone. You can chuck over there. All right. Okay. You take a left at the intersection here at an interstate, unless there's traffic. So my guess is we gotta keep going down into this disgusting bug hole until we eventually get deep enough that thorium starts showing up. I'm having multiple types of brick that we're not being able to do anything with. Which is not great. But I'm also not sure what I'd want to get rid of. Poisoned dirt. Alright. Poisoned roots. Okay. You just looked up the best areas to look. Do you want to know? No, that's okay. We're learning. I do appreciate the offer, though. That's not the right thing. There are things that fly down here. This is definitely a place if you just jump down, things would go bad real fast. Okay, what type of blocks are those? Those will be the sandstone, cobblestone. Be cool. Considering how many of those I'm killing. I am not loving the bee thing way back there. Okay, it has poisoned me. So it's just the same wasps we've been doing before. Okay. I need you to all stop spawning so aggressively. I'm trying real hard to get in here to see if there's any thorium. They're literally spawning fast and I can kill them. Trying to be quick. I see more of the red crystals. But I'm not... But I'm not seeing anything else. I can't get anywhere. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything unless it's just like the floor. Like the type of block it is. I need to get back and reevaluate. Because I'm getting nowhere just fighting them. And I see there's a purple crystals in here. So instead of running along the bottom and just endlessly aggroing them,
the blocks to build a bridge to nowhere? Yeah, no, I should do that. So we got the pink crystals. Yeah, see the pink crystals? I don't see any ore of any kind here. My fear is that I gotta go down these side tunnels. Because there's a side tunnel over there. That down below looks like just it's a normal area. So let's try going over here. Oh! I knew that was coming if I lunged for it. Okay. So, that caught me by surprise. So you see what it's trying to do is make a little room down there that I could separate out into like one room over there and then I have my own room to fight from. Okay. So what I'm doing here is I'm separating out this hallway into its own space so I can explore, and we'll see. I had arrows? Oh, well, that's no good. Please stop whining everywhere. So, I'm very dubious that thorium's down here. I am very dubious there's thorium down here. Because definitely not a drop from the enemies. We are murdering many of them. Well, come on, man. There are rules. Okay. We've sealed that off. All right. Alright, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the welcome to stream. So let's go ahead and put that away. Not the red clay. The dirt can be next. Yeah, those are egg sacs. You're welcome. Yeah, there's plenty of the pink crystals, and this might be where you get the pink crystals. Okay. There's a chest back here. They stop spawning and take out all the eggs. It'd be pretty hard to do. And they're spawning from the ground below. So my guess is it might be the poison soil or something like that. It could also just be that's the nature of this area. Alright, so we got a bunch of dry logs and all that. Let's grab these. Copper shield. We can throw the sandstone cobble stuff away. Throw that away. 4 crude arrows isn't going to do a whole lot of anything for us. What's that? Alright. Yeah, it could be light level. The problem is I don't have enough torches to deal with it. We've got one last tunnel over there. And then that's like all the paths we've taken. Alright, I'm gonna go with this as a bust. Because my inventory is super full. We've been running down there and we didn't see anything there. Repair kit. And that's more poison dirt. And more poison dirt means More bad times. Alright, so what do we have down there? So we had... I was out of torches. Oh, hey. I was here before. Okay, we get a building over there. Let's go run to see what that building is and get the heck away from here. Alright. I don't have the inventory for it. And home is what direction? Okay, home is... Home is up here. I guess I'm so far away I don't see home. Alright. So what we'll try doing is when we get back, we'll see what the message says about the thorium. Because like I said, the thing from what I saw on the thorium bar is it mentioned finding it where the bugs are, that the bugs would be guarding it kind of thing. So it's like, okay, you know, I can't just mine down for it, I gotta find the bugs. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And what are you all about? Don't worry, let's turn off the nightmare stuff. Okay, that's another one that's work in progress. You're lucky my inventory is full. I'm getting pretty worried. I'm pretty sure home was up here. That's a weirdly bright glowing tree at the top of that hill. Okay, let's see here. Palm tree over there. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There it is. There's home. Right there is home. Right there is home. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm guessing the home icon disappeared because I moved the bed. And thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so because I moved my bed, the home icon disappeared. That's fine. I think what we'll try doing is let's ignore all of their stuff and let's go to the Temple to the Wind, because that's something we haven't checked out. It might be a thing that's blocking us from a lot of the other stuff there. And again, thank you for all those follows. Really do appreciate it. Okay. Yeah, so it's right there, and the Temple of the Wind is just inside there. Alright. If we keep going vaguely in the direction of the Temple of the Wind, that's the same way home is. It's probably those lights in the distance there might be home. Alright. Yeah, we'll also double check what the description on the thorium is, because it does look like the thorium is my next bar. It could also be that it's one of those ones that not distinctly one is, like, you could be thorium, cobalt, and all that are kind of side grades. Oh, no, it's just mushrooms. How much farther? Ah, just over here. There's home. It'll also be curious if I can craft anything with the poisoned dirt and all that. Alright, so we have leather we can drop off. We have meat we can drop off. We can make fish bait and all that. I'll have to pick up those in a minute. Have you killed any frogs so far? I have not. To be fair, I haven't had much opportunity to interact with frogs in general. Okay, we made that. And now I've set our spawn point again. It's a good thing we hadn't died, because I may not have found my way home otherwise. Alright, so let's see. Oh, the power crystals? Okay, so I can make power crystal clusters or a power crystal block. It's not exactly what I had in mind. The red clay we can make into red clay brick, but nothing with like the poison dirt or anything like that. So let's auto stack that. We'll wait to do more with the poison dirt in a minute. Let's chuck the wood in there. Stack LU, drop the flowers in here. Stack LU. There's the power crystals there. We can take the iron we grabbed and chuck it in here. Yeah, that'd be light leather from all that. Yeah, so thorium. While Pharans do not themselves make use of this metal, they keep a vigilant watch over its deposits in the sun-scorched desert and arid badlands. Should the age-old enemies rise once again, these reserves would be the first to be sought to harvest. So I still don't know what a Pharan is, but it does say the sun-scorched lands. Let's see. In Outlander, Cobalt. In Outlander myth, this metal is said to be cold to the touch, even when molten. While verifying this is ill-advised, the origins are among the frigid peaks and the frozen caverns of their territory. And that, so the adamantite. So that's going to be in some city, and then Mithril does not have a description at all. You didn't go to the desert? Yeah, no, I went into like the bugs area. So the poisoned roots and poisoned dirt doesn't seem to be giving me any recipes. That was the reason when we weren't finding it still. I was like, alright, it's time to back off. So we're definitely going to keep egg sacs in our home. That's definitely what you do. It's just the proper way of handling these things. Yeah, so that's the desert down there. So we were probably in what was considered Badlands or Bug Hive area. So we kind of misread things and all that. That's fine. So we can deal with the... Oh, we've got, Okay, we can drop whatever that crap off is as well. So we need the essence of life, the pumpkins, and the eggplants. Oh wait, we also needed redwood, and I do not have redwood, so let's drop all that back off. I'm not gonna worry about that. I don't really need a lot of these other supplies right now, and I've apparently put that in my inventory here, so let's move it over. I still have a repair kit. I do have a copper shield. I believe I can actually... Gotcha. So we can actually switch between those. Okay. Alright. So... Yeah, I was just thinking that. It's like, let's check on the arrows. I don't think I actually have much in the way of the bits of stone I need for the arrows, though. Oh no, I got a decent amount. So let's go and grab the sticks. Make ourselves more arrows. Because it does seem like you can go through quite a few arrows pretty quickly. Alright, and that's probably good. Okay. The other thing is, do I have sap? Should make more torches. There's sticks. I do not have much sap. And plant fiber. At least some. We can actually, honestly, drop you in there. We'll drop the sticks in here as well. Okay, that's a little bit. But the food farming doesn't seem to need be nearly as intense. Oh no, food farming, that was weird. Food farming seems like it's pretty chill in general. Alright, so we've got desert on either side. There's also that area that looks like it might be the cold area. So I'm going to choose a random location over here. And then immediately fall into the hole of my neighbor, which I'll one day bury and pretend doesn't exist anymore. Alright. Because it looks like it's going to be daytime soon as well. Thank you. I feel like the game's pretty good. I'm still not sure, like, how much content there is cumulatively and all that. We're still figuring it out. Oh, I said I was going to go into the Wind Temple, didn't I? Well, let's go this way. Since it did mention desert, we haven't been to the desert. Let's go this way, see if we can't get the thorium, which is our next material. We also need to be on the lookout for redwood, because I need that to upgrade my place again. Hey, go away. That's right, you get out of here. Oh, that's just dry wood. But yeah, I'd definitely say the strengths of the game are the combat has a lot more going for it than like Minecraft or Vintage Story does. Like it's a lot better implemented, I will say. And you also have a lot better mobility. Like you can, you know, parkour and climb and all that kind of stuff a lot easier. You drop something nice? Oh, you just drop a lot of Void Essence. Okay. Yeah, so there's the bug nest of bad times. Let's try to avoid aggroing the wasps. They're pretty awful. So let's just run on by here. Oh. If I have to fight, it's fine. I don't mind fighting most things, but the wasps specifically are pretty bad because they're poison. Okay, so we're just cutting across here. The heck are you out in the distance? Alright. But you got like special attacks that charge up, you've got like your regular attack, a charging attack, and a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I know Vintage Story. I want to see what that is. It's like a ghost. Okay, it's just void essence. Okay. So it makes the comment that the Farrens protect the deposits here. And I'm assuming the Farrens are the skeleton people or something? So we're in the desert. We do have a little building set down here. We do have a building over there. So let's go to these buildings to the south. It's so hard to judge without knowing what size that thing is. All right. All right. So check up here. Oh, we glitched it. I've noticed sometimes when climbing. All right. Okay, so we've got those. So it's looking like this is a bust. It might be that we just, in the desert, just have to dig below. Alright. Because I figured if they were guarding it and you had to go down, there'd be a path down there. Okay, so it looks like we've looted that place. Can you make resistance to poisoning? I don't know yet. So we got another ruin over there. We got another ruin down there. So that's just the big question. We also got a weird landform here. Oh, there's a big ol' hole right here at the foundation that I did not notice till now. Well. Well, that was easy. So basically it looks like I just need to be mining down here. Because my hope is, since we're in the desert biome, as it were, that'll work, or not. Alright, one second, let me shift these boxes around. Okay, there's iron. It's not why I'm here, but it is here, so I'm gonna take it. Alright, let's take whatever we can get of the thorium. Alright, so that just teaches us that basically what I need to be doing. What is that? I don't know what the icon on the top left is. I'm assuming it's like a connection strength or something like that. All right. I do appreciate the cave systems in this game are pretty kind of all over the place. Like, you don't have to like really hunt to try and find a cave. And that they have these nice long paths through them to go explore. Oh, lava. Oh no, glowing mushrooms. Okay. There's not really an easy way down. But are there NPCs to talk to and trade with? Not that I've seen. I haven't seen anything that wasn't an No, actually, I take that back. I take that back. We did run into a thing that didn't fight me. If there's a way to trade with them, I don't know. But we did run into another person of sorts. Alright, let's get the repair kit. But yeah, we did run into, like, right by our base, almost under it. We found a cave with some type of person, like, had a nice little house in like, the cave itself. And couldn't interact with them that I could see. But that said, this early access, I don't think there's people you can trade with, but I also don't know that for sure. Volcanic rock down here. Okay, still got some inventory space left. There's some thorium. Alright. Yeah, I think we're getting too deep now. Yeah, so the potential of, things. Other things you liked about vintage storage? I actually found the trade in vintage storage to be something that, like, it was fine. It's usable and all that. It's a thing I found I almost never used, because there's only a couple of traders that were worth trading with, in my personal opinion. Like, to get stuff like potash or whatever if you didn't find your own. Well, unfortunately, I don't have another repair kit on me. How much did it? I mean, I got 18 of the thorium, so that's not terrible. But yeah, so we're too deep now for thorium, I think. There's another on the steps above you. Yeah, I can check it. But yeah, so it seems like what they've done here is one of the things that I appreciate. One thing that I appreciate they've done here is you can't just, like, in Minecraft, one of my complaints is you can just dig down, you will find diamonds, you will find iron, you will find gold, you will find everything. Like, it's just right there. It does seem like this one, they're like, no, if you want this ore, you need to go to the other biome. And I think that's good. It gives a reason for you to want to leave where you start. Because I always found, like, the only reason to really leave where you started in Minecraft, historically, was, like, after I had stopped playing, they added, like, the Ender Dragon and all that, and seeking that garbage out. You go to the villages to trade with people, but, I know they added enchants, and I'm guessing that's something that would warrant that kind of thing. But, again, I had played before all that. Okay, there's a bunch of thorium up here. Yeah, that's the whole thing. So it makes me think of Terraria, where, like, yeah, for your basic ore, you could find it just about anywhere. You know, certain depths will have more of it or that kind of thing. Like, once you got past the very, very basic stuff, you end up having to be like, oh, you gotta go to the jungle to get this material, you gotta go to the desert to get that material. And it really gave you a reason to, like, not only explore, but, like, take the time to establish areas. So you can kind of easily go, oh, it's time for me to go back to the jungle for whatever. Have all your torches set up and figured out. Let me temporarily put that on there. Because pretty soon I'm going to fill up on iron. There it is. And they don't have more inventory space until I dump stuff. Wish I brought more repair kits with me. The repair kits, honestly, the one thing I'm gonna have to figure out, and it's probably animal husbandry stuff, is I need to improve my light leather situation. I'll go out on like some binger killing a whole bunch of stuff and get a, you know, a bit of light leather. You scared me probably more than you should have. I just heard the hiss or whatever, and I wasn't sure what it was. I thought I was finding some, like, scorpion in, like, the bug biome area or something. Because we're relatively close to that here. Okay. That's iron, iron. I'm vaguely trying to follow the caverns and roughly move up. Ow. Ow. More lava down there. Well, good as a place of any to start digging on up. So you can farm animals. They do mention being able to lure animals and having animal feed and everything, so the assumption would be that you can get animals. I haven't done it myself, but I think that's ultimately what I would need to do, is get something like the pigs or whatever that can give you light leather when they grow up. You know, pen them and raise them. Because it definitely feels like light leather is kind of hard to come by. Medium leather seems to be almost everything that attacks you gives you medium leather so far as the animals, like the lions and hyenas and all that kind of stuff. They all seem to be medium leather animals. Heavy leather also seems to be a little bit rare, but the good news is the repair kits use light leather. So even if I make something that needs medium or heavy leather to craft, when I go to repair it, I just need, you know, 1 unit of light leather, an iron ingot, and I don't remember what the last material was. Alright. And I imagine this would be one of those situations where we'd probably want to get a minecart or something at some point and run it over to the desert just to deal with this. How are we doing on our copper? I've got room for some. Alright, doing 10, so you still get some room. I think it's something like 16 or whatever is what you can carry. As far as I can tell, it all looks like copper. You can vaguely make out as like kind of a brownish orange or kind of a green shimmer or whatever. But yeah, no, I definitely... So like with Minecraft in the past, when I was like trying to just get a bunch of materials, I would do a thing where it'd be like, I would go and do a row, skip like 3 or 4, do a row, skip 3 or 4. You know, you kind of grid out the area. Because there wasn't really a big reason to go schlepping around in the caves back when I played. I know they've reworked that multiple times since I played. But it's just one of those things that like, the caves were too small, too infrequent, and didn't have ore often enough to be really worth using them as a means of getting ore. So I would just grid out the bottom, you know, bottom couple layers, you'd grid that out, get your materials, that's how you collected stuff. And then later on you'd have, because you just use a bunch of crap pickaxes for like the stone and then you get to the good stuff. But, I appreciate that this one, like, the caves are actually worthwhile. Like, it does seem like just delving in the caves is probably how you're gonna want to get most of your ore. Versus, like, Vintage Story, the alternative with that is you'd actually prospect and be like, oh, I can detect that there's a really large amount of ore in, you know, this area. And then you'd start going down and using the prospecting pick to look around for ore nearby. So it's a lot more like Marco Polo, hot and cold. Which edition did I get? I got just the basic one. The other ones only seem to be offering cosmetics, and I'm not someone who usually pays a bunch extra money for cosmetics. Ultimately, though, like, if I consider a higher one, like, if I'm, like, super duper getting into the game... What are you? Alright, so that's a yellow crystals. Grab some of these while we're down here. Because these are the kinds of things that, like, where I'm at, I might not really be able to find a use for. But then later on you realize they're very important or something like that. Because I feel like you find a cavern that's got, you know, a couple of those nodes here and there. Okay, what are you now? Oh, I see. I'm in this area. A void heart, a still beating heart of a greater descendant of the void. Not all creatures born in the void have that. Okay, I don't recall when I got that, but sure. This is gonna be a little bit of a waste. A glowing larva. Yeah, so let's not go farther in that way. We already did a bunch running around. Back in that. Okay, so that's back to where we were. Alright, let's just dig up here. But yeah, now I just got the basic one. It's one of those things that this is a game that I sit down and like, oh man, I'm gonna be burning a lot of hours in here and all that kind of stuff. Then I could definitely see getting the higher upgrade or whatever just to show support or whatever. Generally speaking, I don't tend to buy cosmetics in games or, you know, buy like the deluxe edition or whatever. Guess it's time to hightail it out here. Yeah, I know we're working out of it. And I also get the joke. Alright, so definitely keep more repair kits on you than you think you need. That's what I'm learning. Is where when you're playing a lot of the other games, you'd bring like 4 or 5 pickaxes, 4 or 5 shovels, all depending on what you're doing. It feels like this one you keep 4 or 5 repair kits on you at all times. And then if you don't have the repair kits, you prioritize getting them. Because of how much efficiency loss I have when my pickaxe breaks, it's a whole thing. Now, one thing I do appreciate about the repair kits as opposed to carrying multiple pickaxes is since the repair kits stack, that works out pretty well for inventory management. I don't have to have half my inventory just a bunch of individual pieces of whatever. Alright, this will also be wasteful. But I've got so many skewers we've been carrying around. Would the shovel be faster? Yes. The catch with the shovel is it's a two-handed thing, so I can't see. And it also goes and does like a whole area of tiles. It's not one tile. So I'm a little mixed on the shovel. It's really, really good when you're working on stuff, but for like just being down here digging up, that kind of thing, it's not as good from my experience, mostly because I can't keep a torch or something out. I'm really hoping they have something like, you know, a light you can put on your back or on your belt or something. Because I can have the light out when I'm using a one-handed thing. But the fact that some of our basic tools aren't one-handed kinda really sucks. But it's fine. Now that I know that the long sword, or just like the regular old sword, is one-handed. Okay, and that was more stuff. Do I care about that stuff? It's just dirt, right? Yeah, you're just dirt. Alright, so where am I relative to home? Okay, so we're basically straight south of home. Oh, hey, I want to kill those. Those are light leather. Okay. So throw the rubble. And... bone fragment, I guess. Alright, get your butt back here. I need to... do that. Got a wasp on me. Okay, I managed to do that without getting myself poisoned more, so that's good. Alright. So then the next thing we'd probably want to do is we'd want to get redwood. I do see that we've got over here these palm trees, which are pretty cool. Okay, so we've got meat. I can oh, actually, wait a second. And realize I had picked up that. Alright. What? Huh? Oh, come on, you. That's pretty annoying. Okay, so let's grab something to eat. Yeah, the wasp so far has been the most annoying enemy in the game. Probably not the hardest, but the most annoying, just because that poison is just so rough. We've had some enemies that definitely hit hard and all that kind of stuff, which is certainly worth mentioning. But most of them have been fairly manageable so far as, like, AI, being able to, like, abuse their pathing or, you know, use the dagger lunge to hit them. The dagger lunge is really... I don't want them to nerf it. But also be one of those ones that if they did nerf it, I would not be shocked. Because, like, even ignoring the damage is utterly irrelevant. Just the fact... it lets you close the distance pretty well. And then if you get on top of it, you get a knockback on yourself, so you can kind of bounce in and out safely. They work extremely well. Alright, and we're about to be back home. There's a lot of pumpkins. Okay. So let's get over here. So first, a bunch of light leather, so that's good news. We have you, which I'm not going to worry about. We can chuck the meat in here. Get that cooking. Like the thick tree trunks? Yeah, no, that's, there's been a number of games doing that. Like, that's, so the Void Heart is an epic item, which is interesting. But I do like when the games have that. So we do have the thorium now. So let's go ahead and drop you in here. We got the iron to drop off there. Drop the clay in here. Drop more different types of wood in here. Drop the yellow crystals in there. Alright, so we got a lot of stuff to craft. So we got thorium ingots happening, so that's good news. Ooh, actually, I didn't realize, okay. Oh, interesting. So it's definitely pulling from inventory. That's weird. So it's definitely able to pull the medium leather from inventory. And then I think I have 100 azure logs. No, I don't. What are the yellow crystals? I haven't figured out anything else for them. I have found that if I go to this bench, I can drop the crystals off, and I can craft glowing blocks. I'm willing to bet they have more use than that. I have not figured it out yet. Okay, please stop telling me that you got the power up. Okay, we got the cabbage. Drop those seeds off. So while that's prepping, let me go ahead and run up here real fast. Oh wait, the reason I wasn't doing that is to upgrade you I needed redwood. I have found redwood. To upgrade you I need light. Oh, that's what I need the shitlin for. I needed it to upgrade that. Yeah, as far as I can tell, just light blocks. It's possible it's a material for something later, and I haven't found what that thing later is. What leather am I missing? Oh, I have it all here. Yeah, so if I had the azure wood, I'd be able to make the better armorers thing. Which is not a big deal. That's locking these off. I need a lot of light leather. But the curiosity here is if I get my one more light leather, we'll upgrade our tanning thing. Okay, so it lets me just do more. I kind of figured that was going to be what it is. It probably goes faster, too. Still worth doing. Alright. But yeah, no, I definitely enjoyed this. I think we're going to do this probably again tomorrow. Tomb has the thing she's got going on, so I don't really have a reason not to stream. But I can definitely see doing more of this. I'm very much enjoying it. And then this would be up here. Yeah, so for the thorium pickaxe, it's linen scraps as well and medium leather. Yeah. So it looks like we only get the thorium pickaxe and the thorium axe. I just need the two of them. Alright. So we can drag you out of the way. And bring you two down. Then drop off the Nas things. Can you have multiple stations? Yeah. No, there's nothing to stop me from doing that. I mean, I haven't actually done it, but like, it's not a thing that I would expect to be a problem. So yeah, I could have a second one of these going if I wanted. Usually though, because you can just turn them on and walk away, it's not been that big of an issue. Alright, so for the next thorium thing. Okay, so for this I can't even make the thorium weapons on this bench yet, because I need a lot of light leather. The iron I've got, but I would need a lot of light leather. That's fair. And then you, I would need the cobalt. And then you, I would need medium leather and azure log. And I know I saw another azure tree. I just didn't mess with it. You also need cobalt. Okay, so it's looking like for the upgrades, we would need to find cobalt next. And I need light leather and azure wood. Let's check to see if there's anything else here that was locked behind that. So we got you. Those are all the crude tools. You are waiting on gold, and you... Oh, so you are another thing that's thorium. So you could make the Arcanist workbench. Alright, that looks like a big one. Will I have enough thorium? It's 20. Let me guess I'm gonna be short by 5. No, it's only 10. Yeah, so we'll have enough there. We should have plenty of the void things. I don't know what box I've got those in. There they are. Okay, so we will be able to get that going. I'll be wrapping up in not too terribly long, but we can get the Arcanist bench built and see from there. We can also pop down here and drop you off in there. Because one of those things I'm finding with the ore in general, that while I do manage to run down and grab a bunch of it, that broadly speaking, I don't typically, and this is a thing that's probably different in multiplayer, because of how long it takes me to run out and collect materials and get back, I generally don't have a backlog of things to process. Alright, so here's the Arcanist table. Teleporter connects to another teleporter. Place 2 to create a warp link. Okay. So that requires azure logs, azure kelp, and any stone. We have azure logs. And the Azure Kelp, I'm pretty sure we just have to go to where I found that. We can also make a healing totem, a slowing totem, a flame crystal staff, which consumes essence of fire. Okay. Essence of fire we get from down below. I'm assuming it's not per... Yeah, so magic charge is 4. So there apparently is magic in the game. Right. Oh, and those both are labeled work in progress. So it looks like they are going to be adding magic to the game, but it's not really here. And then we got a bunch of other stuff that's locked behind the temples. Yeah, so we'll want to check all that. That'll probably be what we work on the next time, is we'll start making it our way into the temples. But yeah, that's cool that we can just make a teleporter. So in that case, what it could end up doing is putting a teleporter here, and then for when we want to do desert stuff, I would just put a teleporter down there. Have you unblocked the memories? I haven't done any of the memory stuff. We've been working mostly on upgrading our equipment, and so like I was saying, what we'd probably end up doing is I do think the next step for us would be probably going to check out the temple nearby for the memories, because I'm actually pretty close to one of the temples. Like, physical location-wise. We did get the Epic Void Heart, which I am curious of what that's used for. It's a progression system of the game. It's worth doing. Yeah, that's what I figures. I think the next stream we have, that'll be a focus. Yeah, I'm assuming these totems got to be something that's reusable for that cost. Yeah, so you'd have silver and gold. I actually have some silver. Yeah, but it looks like the staffs right now, they're a work in progress. So we're kind of hitting the area there. So the only table I'm missing is the Alchemist's, which is because of the gold. I have everything else. So the Alchemist table is clearly going to be used for the potions. Usually I'm not too worried about that. That's fine. But with all that said, what's going to happen here, chat, is it is going to be about that time. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content, you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. I stream most days from 7 p.m. EST till about 4 a.m. EST. Went a little bit long today because of the big raid and all that good stuff. Technically, I have Thursdays and Fridays as scheduled as my day is off, but I'm pretty bad about streaming those days anyways. But with that said, if you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but the stream will be ending abruptly on the YouTube side, so thanks so much for tuning in. For those over here on Twitch, though, I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen and see who we can find to get a raid. But thanks so much for tuning in. Thanks so much for those follows.